Welcome to a Legalbytes presentation of the Karen Reed murder trial. If you're new here, my name is Alita. I'm a lawyer licensed in California and DC, and on this channel we make sense of the law one bite at a time. If you want more on the background of the Karen Reed case, check out our video on it linked in the description below. But otherwise, you be the jury. Did Karen Reed murder her Boston PD boyfriend John O'Keefe, or is she being framed by local police who Reed says are actually responsible for O'Keefe's death? Tell us what you think. But in the process, the one rule is don't be a dingus. Remember, everyone comes from their own perspective and opinion, and everyone comes to conclusions at their own pace. Agree or disagree, but always respectfully. Okay, let's get into it. All right, folks, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you're coming in from. I hope you are having a wonderful Friday. Happy Friday. Normally, of course, Friday is supposed to be a non-trial day, non-testimony day, but this is the third Friday in this trial. Well, the third week in this trial, third Friday in this trial, and every Friday that we've had so far has had testimony. So who knows if that trend will continue next week. I don't recall whether the judge said next week if we have a full week of trials. Maybe she'll say by the end of today what the full schedule will be next week. Because last Friday, she thankfully gave us the full thing, which was very helpful for my purposes, because I like to try to schedule all of these live streams ahead of time, because otherwise it's like last minute work, like rushing. There's still a lot of that, but it at least helps to have things kind of scheduled out. Just because, thank you so much for the super chat. Don't forget to like on your way in, and don't be a dingus. Yes, don't be a dingus. Give your opinion. Of course, everybody's got an opinion. Everybody's got a belly button. Everybody's got a different perspective coming into this trial and every other case. But please do so in a way that is helpful for dialogue, respects the fact that other people have a perspective too. And also, if you are enjoying the coverage, please do like the video on the way in or on the way out at any point in time. Actually is very helpful, because it does help us with the YouTube algorithm gods. And it helps with visibility. All right, folks, the recap for what day is it today? Day 14. The day 13 recap is almost finished. So maybe it can come out during the lunch hour. We're going to try to get that out, and that'd be fantastic if we can have it during the lunch hour, but we'll see. Other than that, okay. So yesterday we heard from Colin Albert. Wild stuff, wild testimony, interesting stuff that came in. I think it was correct for the videos to come in the way that they did. Whether the jury makes conclusions about his likelihood of violence is another matter. Maybe they disregard it. Who knows? Otherwise, we heard from Matthew McCabe. He started his direct examination, did not finish. So the direct examination will continue this morning, East Coast time, of course, because we are in Boston. And of course, Nick Wilson, the Lally Tally. All right, folks, I already posted this to Twitter as usual. The Lally Tally yesterday, it was a half day. So keep in mind, there was a lot of cross-examination too. Yesterday was a half day of cross-examinations by the defense. So not too many opportunities for Adam Lally to what if any, but he did get 32 what if any's in there. So the total today, going into day 14, is 942. How many of you guys think that we're going to hit 1,000 today? I think we're going to surpass 1,000, just because it's a full day. There's probably going to be a lot of direct examination. We've got a lot. I didn't think we were going to hit it yesterday, but today I think there's a pretty good chance of getting at least 58 of them. That's pretty easy on a full day, I think. So of course there is a little bit of a delay on my calculation on it, since I'm waiting for AI transcript grabbers to process it. So it does take a little bit of time, but I'll be posting on Twitter by tomorrow at some point to see if we did in fact hit 1,000. And if we did hit 1,000, maybe on Monday we have a little mini celebration at the beginning of the stream. Who knows? Okay. All right, folks. Also, and I will get the poll. I did see folks in the chat. I did see folks in the chat that that folks want the poll going into day 13. I will set that up as soon as we get going. And is there anything else here? I don't think so. I think that's going to be about it. Okay. Yes, let's get going, shall we? Let's get started. Of course, we're a few minutes behind as usual, but we'll get caught up. We'll get caught right on up, especially with recesses and all that kind of stuff. And as always, if you have any questions in the chat, please do ask them. If I don't answer them right away, I'll try to look for them and I'll save them and answer them at another time, either during a recess or in between. I try to do it in between witnesses so that they're usually relevant to the witness that's on the stand at the moment. So if you add like a Q or tag me, Legalbytes in it, that helps me to see it a little bit easier. So I apologize in advance if I miss one, but I do try to get all of them. All right, folks, let's get to it.
I do.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Where left off yesterday, you had gone to bed on the 28th, correct?
Yes, that's correct. Friday.
Did you go to bed on
And
the
at some point,
28th?
you woke up on the later in the morning on the 29th.
Actually, he's still asleep. At this
Yes,
point.
Saturday morning.
And do you recall, sir, what awoke you on that morning?
Yes, I do.
What was that, sir?
I awoke to the screaming of Jen, Jen, Jen. So when I woke up, I thought there was somebody in my bedroom. I kind of snapped up out of bed. What the hell's going on? Looking around the room, realized my wife was actually on the phone.
And the screaming that you heard, how loud was that, sir?
It was loud enough to wake me up from a dead sleep. I could hear it. It was loud. Obviously, I was laying in bed and realizing after my wife was laying right next to me on the phone. But it was a loud Jen, Jen, Jen. It was repetitive.
And do you know approximately what time that was, sir?
Yeah, shortly before 5 a.m.
And did you recognize the voice that you heard scream?
I did not recognize the voice.
And as far as that phone conversation went on for, well, let me ask you this first. As far as that phone conversation was concerned, could you hear both sides of that conversation?
Yes, I could.
And that was based on the volume of the person speaking on the other end, correct?
Correct.
And eventually, were you able to recognize or identify the voice on the other end of your wife's conversation?
Yes, I asked my wife, what the hell is going, after I woke up and popped up, looking around the room to find out who's in my bedroom, assuming it was a kid, one of my kids screaming. I asked my wife, what is going on? And I could hear her saying, I'm on the phone with Karen. She can't find John.
Really quick. I mean, interesting that he thought that would have been one of his kids screaming Jen as opposed to mom, but whatever. Some families are like that. Draco Amy gifted 5 Legalbytes memberships. Thank you so much, Draco Amy. So kind and generous of you to do that once again. KJ Height, JP Eagles and Cats, Mark Pants, DS, you have all been gifted memberships by Draco Amy. So welcome back to Bite Club. Very happy to have you all here. And hope you guys can join us tomorrow for our members only live stream at 10 a.m. East Coast time.
And from the course of that conversation continues while you were in your bedroom, is that correct?
Yeah, that conversation continued for a couple minutes. I could hear the dialogue. And then again, right back to Jen, 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 the repeating of my wife's name again.
As far as the dialogue was concerned, specifically from the defendant, Ms. Reed's perspective, what, if anything, do you recall about that?
She didn't know where John was, and the last time she saw him was at the waterfall.
And about how long did that initial phone call or that initial conversation between your wife and the defendant go on for?
From when I woke up, minute minute and a half, 2 minutes. I don't know the exact time.
And after,
Give or take.
Do you recall how that conversation ended? Did your wife hang up or?
Yes, they hung up the phone. I was laying in the bed. My wife was next to me. And I think my wife immediately called somebody else, was calling friends that lived near the waterfall that happened to be out that evening. And she started making those phone calls.
And as your wife was making those phone calls, what, if anything, did you say to her? Objection.
What, if anything, did he say to her?
Yes.
No, I'm not going to let you testify to that. Next question.
With respect to the
Hearsay.
defendant's statement, the last time she saw Mr. O'Keefe was at the waterfall, what, if anything, occurred to you in reference to that?
In reference to her saying she last saw him at the waterfall, I then told my wife, "What are you talking about?"
Hearsay.
That's not what you said, sir, but I think Mr. Lally asked you what you thought. What you gathered from that.
I thought she was crazy
And why was that?
because I saw her vehicle. I saw the black SUV arrive to the 34 Fairview that morning.
You had overheard the conversation from Mr. O'Keefe to your wife the night previous, correct?
That's correct.
And so what happened then?
I told my wife, "What are you talking about?" She was at.
It's not what you said to your wife.
All right, sorry.
It's hard. Ask a question, Mr. Lally. so that
Hearsay,
you can
hearsay,
answer
hearsay.
it.
Even if he's the one that said it, it's still hearsay.
So your wife made some phone calls in your presence, correct?
Yes, she did.
And following those phone conversations, what, if any, other conversations did she have with the defendant that morning?
There were multiple calls. I don't recall what calls were made, what time, but the next call, we were informing the defendant that, wait, we saw your car. We saw you come to 34 Fairview. You guys were there. And I heard the response of, "I don't remember. I don't remember going there."
And what, if any, other conversation do you recall in those subsequent phone conversations that you overheard from the defendant?
At some moment, as I said, my wife had made a couple phone calls. In one of the calls with Karen Reed, she blurted that she broke her taillight, cracked her taillight, something to that effect, while we were, while Jen and I were still in the bedroom and she was on the phone.
And as your wife, when you were in the bedroom and your wife is on the phone, what, if anything, were the two of you doing?
After my wife had made a few calls, we were completely confused on where the hell John was. The thought process in our head at that moment was we knew that John had mentioned that he was potentially going to be meeting up with another person. So we called that individual, my wife called that individual to see if by chance, again, confused, left at the waterfall. We saw them at the house. Did John not go with her? Did what happened? Did he get out of the car? Did he go somewhere else? So we proceeded to call a couple other people that we thought he possibly might have met up with, or another individual.
From those other phone calls that you observed your wife making at any point in time, other than her conversations with the defendant, did you observe her to have any conversation with anybody?
You're asking if my wife did?
What I'm asking is not to any content or anything like that, but your wife made phone calls, correct?
That is correct.
And when she made those phone calls, did you observe her conversing with anybody on the phone?
No, she did not speak to anybody. Nobody answered any of our calls.
And at some point, did you yourself reach out to Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes, I did.
And how did you do that?
I know I texted him, and I think I called him as well. Pretty much, where the hell are you? I think it was when Karen Reed and my wife were leaving my house. I think I responded, "Where the hell are you? Now Karen and Jen are out looking for you."
And in regard to those text messages, did you receive any response from Mr. O'Keefe?
I did not.
And with regard to those type, you had Mr. O'Keefe programmed into your phone, is that correct?
Yes, I did.
And you would have prior conversations with him via text message and phone using that number that you had programmed into your phone.
Yes.
So no response to the text. As far as the phone call that you placed to Mr. O'Keefe, did he answer? Did you speak with him at all?
I did not speak to Mr. O'Keefe.
Now, at some point, do you and your wife proceed downstairs?
My wife proceeded downstairs. I remained in the bedroom.
And what is the next thing that you remember occurring that morning?
While I was getting dressed, I put my jeans on. My wife went downstairs. She was going to make a coffee. My wife and I were proceeding to leave. We were going to leave our house and make a drive to the house of the gentleman that my wife was calling that we possibly thought John could have met up with. And within that moment, again, I don't know the exact time, I then heard yelling out in my front yard.
And when you heard the yelling in your front yard, what did you do?
I realized it was Karen Reed, and I told my wife to please tell her to shut up. She's going to wake up the whole neighborhood.
And where is this, or when is this in relation to that first phone call when you sort of shoot up out of there?
At least a half hour, give or take. Again, I don't know the exact time.
Now, at any point after you hear the yelling out front, you hear the defendant yelling out front. What was she yelling at that point?
She again repeated, Jen, Jen. She for some reason kept repeating my wife's name. I don't know if she got all the way to my doorway or my wife walked out, but my wife had said, I was actually relieved because I was like, not thinking what happened to John happened to John. I was thinking he was on somebody's couch. So I was like, good, I'm not going to look for him, thinking my wife was going to go. My wife said she's going to go with Karen to go find John.
And at any point in time that morning when the defendant arrived at the house, did you actually go outside or look outside? Or?
I did not go outside. I did look out the blinds of my bedroom window, which is the closest to the driveway.
What, if anything, did you see when you looked out the blinds?
Saw Karen's car in my driveway.
Did you see the defendant, Ms. Reed, anywhere outside as well?
I don't recall physically seeing her. I saw the vehicle. I don't recall seeing her directly, making any physical contact as far as seeing her.
Now, what, if any, concerns that you have in reference to your wife going out with Ms. Reed at that particular time?
I had mentioned to my wife before she was leaving the house that
No, I'll allow this.
That-
What were your concerns?
my concerns were she was going to be driving with Miss Reed in their vehicle, in Miss Reed's vehicle, and my concerns were that she had a broken taillight. What I thought by a broken taillight was that her taillight was out, meaning there was no light. And I didn't think it was a bright idea to be driving around with no physical light on the taillight.
Particularly given the weather, is that fair to say?
Because of the weather, correct.
And so your wife then leaves with Ms. Reed, is that correct?
That is correct.
You know, did you happen to see like who got in where as far as the car, who was driving when they left?
I did not see that, no.
Now, was that within the same time frame that you were describing before, about a half hour after you hear the initial call?
Yes, from Miss Reed arriving at my house was, yes, half hour or so after the initial call, and it wasn't long after before they proceeded to leave.
Now, at this time that you're looking out from the blinds and you see the defendant's car and the defendant outside, was it light out? Was it dark out? What are we talking about?
It was dark out.
And so they leave and you're home with the 4 children, correct?
That is correct.
And when was the next time that you spoke to your wife?
The next time I spoke to my wife was an hour later. I received a phone call from her. I don't know the exact time, but I'm going to say about an hour so.
And without reference to much of the content of that, all I'm really asking for is, what, if any, indication did she give you as to where she was?
She indicated they found John and at Fairview.
And upon receiving that information, where did you go?
I proceeded to finish getting dressed and drove over to Fairview.
And when you got to Fairview, what, if anything, did you see when you arrived?
When I got to Fairview, I had come down through the Chapman Street entrance, and as I proceeded down the hill towards the Albert residence, I noticed all the first responders, fire engine, et cetera, police cars.
Should I do it? Should I do it with all the directions that were given?
I know a shortcut through El Segundo. Take the 105 West and exit on Cabo. When you see the Zanko chicken on the left, turn left. Take Venice and follow it all the way down. Then you're in Marina del Rey.
All right. So he made it. So he made it to 34 Fairview.
And I realized I was not going to be able to get to the Albert residence because it was all blocking the street. So I backtracked, turned around, went back up Fairview to the top to Chapman, took a left down Spring Lane, which is a parallel street to Fairview, and came down Spring Lane to Cedar Crest onto Fairview so I could get to the Albert household.
Now, during your drive from your home over to Fairview and doing all that sort of turning around and coming back around the other way through Cedar Crest, what were the roads like?
It was snowing, careful driving.
Are we sure that it was snowing though?
And the snowing that you observed that morning when you drove from your house to Fairview, what was that like in relation to the snowing that you observed when you were driving home from Fairview hours before?
Was it actually snowing?
Much thicker snow, much more snow on the ground, much more snow to wipe off my car. And again, I had to drive slow.
Now, when you come around to
Really quick, Margaret Kane, thank you so much for the super chat. I didn't get a good vibe. All these people seem so cold about John's death. Also, people just walking on into the scene, odd. Yeah, and the fact that nobody testified to him being there is interesting. I mean, unless he's there like right at the very end as things are wrapping up, perhaps. But yeah, no one has corroborated the fact that he was even there during this time period. And that comment about like, shut up, you'll wake up the whole neighborhood. No, I'm not going out there to look for him. Definitely sounds very cold. And that's a turnoff for a lot of people, especially when on the back end that he ended up dying out in the snow. Well, or dying at some point and was found in the snow. It still has not been established how or when or where he died. So anyway, and I've got some questions that are coming up that I've saved. So just so you guys know, I'm seeing them and I'm saving them. All right.
sort of the other side, as far as the first responders, you mentioned police cruisers and a fire truck, is that right?
Yeah, there might have been an ambulance there as well, but yes.
Do you recall specifically seeing an ambulance?
I do recall seeing an ambulance. I don't know if I saw it when I came down or if I saw it when I eventually parked the car, but I do recall seeing an ambulance.
And when you parked the car, where did you go?
I proceeded on to Fairview and I parked the car along the side of the road because there was another vehicle in front of me. I believe the other vehicle might have been blocking the driveway, but there was another vehicle right on the side of the road as well.
Now, in addition to the other vehicles, as far as cruisers, fire truck, or whatever from first responders, what, if any, other vehicles, or who, if anyone else, did you see outside the house? It ended up being Kerry Roberts' vehicle was parked as I was at the driveway. Ford Explorer, I think it was. And again, without any reference to the content of the conversation, did you have any conversation with Ms. Roberts at that time?
Yes, I did.
Did you know Ms. Roberts at that time?
I knew who she was. Didn't really have a relationship with her, but I knew who she was.
And how did you know who she was?
Friends through the town. She did live in the Ponkapog neighborhood, though I believe she moved in and we moved out shortly after. I don't know the actual time period. Her kids were a couple of years younger. One was 1 year younger than my child, so I knew who her child was through being the grade beneath my youngest child through soccer.
And just to be clear, when you talk about the Ponkapog neighborhood, that's where you used to live on Sutcliffe and where Mr. O'Keefe used to live in the house that was the fir bushes.
Yes, that's correct.
So then, after your conversation with Ms. Roberts, about how long was that conversation?
Oh, that was a brief conversation. She informed me that she was going to pick up the, she informed me Karen was going, she was dropping Karen off back at the house. She was going to the hospital and she was going to pick up John's parents in Braintree. I told her I would come with her to pick up the parents. Like I said, the road conditions were pretty bad. And, just for safety reasons, I thought I would go with her, help her go pick up the parents. She informed me that Jen was in the house. Jen is waiting to be interviewed by the police.
So now he cares about people driving safely in the snow. He cared enough about the tail light being out. Did he establish how he even saw the tail light before, like when Karen Reed first came over? That was something that I don't know. Maybe I missed it because my attention lapsed or something. It happens. But I don't understand how he saw the tail light out, and he said that was a reason for concern. Never mind the snow and everything else. Well, that and the snow, but it wasn't enough for him to actually go with them. But now when Carrie Roberts is taking the parents to the hospital, he's concerned enough to go out in the snow with her. Okay. So nope, he didn't. Okay. So he did not explain. Oh, okay. So, I love pie. No, he said that she said she hit her taillight. Got it. Okay. Okay. So yeah, that was a detail that I missed. Thank you guys.
So where did you go from there?
I then proceeded to the front door of 34 Fairview.
And when you got inside, who, if anyone, was inside when you got?
When I got to the front door, it was my wife, Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, and Officer Lank.
And when you came in, can you describe, starting with your wife, Jennifer McCabe, can you describe her demeanor when you first came into the house?
Shocked. Just face was drawn, just kind of in awe. All three of them were just looking like, with a drawn face of, I'm walking and going, what the hell is going on?
And just to be clear, by all three of them, you mean your wife, Brian Albert, Nicole Albert?
Correct.
And just turning back briefly to the phone conversation that you had from your wife, which led you to come over to Fairview in the first place, how would you describe her demeanor on that phone call?
Matt, we found John at Fairview. It was a quick conversation. I didn't get any details.
Now, at some point, while you were at the house, did you speak to, you mentioned Officer Lank was there, is that correct?
That's correct.
If there was any other officers in the house at that time or at any later time?
At that moment, it was just Officer Lank at that moment. Other officers came in the house a little later, but at that moment, it was just Officer Lank.
And at some point, while you were at the house, did you have any conversation, or what, if any, conversation did you have with Officer Lank or any other officer?
Yes, Officer Lank asked me to step outside, and we spoke briefly. He asked me about if I knew what happened to John. Obviously, I told him no. I had no idea. I'm just finding out right now. He asked me when I last saw John. told him I saw him at the waterfall. We saw him at the bar. We haven't seen him. I believe, again, heat of the moment, I believe I said we saw his vehicle out front, but we never saw John.
Now, at the house on Fairview, about how long were you there that morning?
I'm going to say give her at least 4 hours
From the time that you got there?
from the time I got there, yes.
And where did you go from there?
When I left Fairview, I went back to my house on Jen and I's house, home.
As your children were still there, is that correct?
My children were all there, correct.
And at some point after you arrived home, who, if anyone else, as far as police officers or anybody like that, came to your home that day?
Two Mass State police officers came to my house.
And did you speak with those officers?
Yes, I did.
Troopers from the state police, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And as far as the troopers that you spoke to, do you recall what their names were?
Yes, Trooper Michael Proctor and Trooper Yuri Buchanan.
Okay, he got the name right.
I said it
Thank
right.
goodness.
Probably closer than now, on that date of January 29th, 2022, had you met either Trooper Proctor or Trooper Buchanan before?
I had never met them.
And where did they speak with you in the house?
Well, they first came in the house and informed me they were going to interview my wife and asked me to leave the room. I went up to my bedroom.
And at some point, did they interview you as well?
Yes, they did.
And where was your wife when they interviewed you?
I'm assuming, I think she wasn't in the room with me. I think she went upstairs. As I said, my kids were home. I don't know if she went in the kids' bedroom to kind of wake them up. And I don't know what she was
in the
doing.
room when they interviewed you, correct?
No, she was not.
And in addition to the troopers who came over to your house, did your brother-in-law, Brian Albert, did he come over at any point in time around this?
Yes, he did.
And if you know,
Really quick, so Roma, thank you so much for becoming a YouTube member. Thank you for supporting the channel. Welcome to Bike Club. Very happy to have you here. Hope you can join us tomorrow at 10 a.m. East Coast time for a members only live stream. And also, I'm wondering if I also should have had a separate tally for as far as, because I feel like there's a lot of those. There's probably even more of those than there are what if any's. There's been a lot. Let me know in the chat if you guys think that I should go back at some point and start up a tally for as far as, perhaps, maybe.
did he speak with those troopers as well?
Yes, he did.
And where were you and your wife when the two troopers were speaking to Mr. Albert?
I was still upstairs in the bedroom.
Your wife, where was she?
I'm trying. She might have come up and seen me, but I think she might have went in the girls' bedroom. I don't recall if we were standing in the same room. I think she might have went in my daughter's bedroom. Again, my kids were starting. It was, I don't know the exact time, 12 o'clock, give or take. So time to wake up.
So the troopers, when they were speaking to Brian Albert Sr., they were in the downstairs area of the home?
Yes, they were.
And both you and your wife were upstairs?
Yes, that's my recollection.
Now, turning your attention to a couple days later, did you speak with any other troopers from the state?
I did. I only remember the first name of one of them. It was a man and a woman. I just remember Connor something. I don't know their names.
And where did that conversation occur?
I was in my first floor dining room table.
And do you know if those same two troopers that came on a subsequent date spoke with your wife as well?
Yes, they did.
And sort of same arrangement as far as where you were and where she was at the time that you spoke with those two troopers?
Yes, that's correct.
Have a moment,
Sure.
Has 01. Thank you so much for gifting 5 Legalbytes memberships. Very kind and generous of you once again. So Emelisa 4, JC, Vermillionaire, Carrie B, Jane Mary, you have all been gifted Legalbytes memberships. So welcome back to Bike Club. Very happy to have you guys here. Members only live stream tomorrow at 10 a.m. East Coast time. And also, Michael 55555. Also need a counter for in regards to / regarding.
Just briefly, sir.
I
So,
think, yeah, maybe, yeah.
describing your wife's demeanor, you described her to sort of be in shock. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Have you seen your wife display that kind of demeanor before, or have you seen your wife in sort of crisis mode over the course of your relationship and your marriage?
I've seen her in crisis mode. I would call it crisis mode as well in the past.
And sort of typically, how would you describe how she handles situations like that, or what her demeanor is in those types of situations?
She is very calm, very calm.
And when, just so it's clear for the jury, so when you're talking about sort of prior incidents in regard to sort of crisis modes, what types of scenarios or what types of incidents are we talking about?
Well, I'll allow it.
Previous deaths of my parents, my brother. She's the one that can get in the room, sit, relax, hold their hand, make them feel comfortable. She's much more. I can't do that. She's much more. So she's done that with my family, and she's also done that with our neighbor.
Nothing further. Thank you, sir.
All right, Ms. Giannetti?
Thank you, Ron.
Cross-examination.
Good morning, Mr. McCabe.
Good morning.
Here we
I'd
go.
like to start by discussing January 22nd, the week prior to January 29th. Do you remember that Saturday?
Yes, I do.
You had been at one of your daughter's hockey games that day?
If it's the Saturday before, we're saying?
Yes.
Yes, I was.
And you wound up going to the hillside in Canton, correct?
That is correct.
You went with your wife, Jennifer McCabe?
Yes.
When you got there, you saw Karen Reed and John O'Keefe there together, correct?
I was there previous to them, but yes,
Okay.
I saw them there, yes.
I
Eventually, I saw them there.
I should have phrased the question that ultimately you ran into John and Karen together, correct?
Yes, I did.
And when you
Also, yes, you guys, let me know in the chat. On a scale of 1 to 10, 1 being the most mild, 10 being the most severe, how severe of a case of cross-examination do you think Matthew McCabe is going to have? Let me know. Also, Tony Khan, thanks for the super chat. What does the victim's family think? KR innocent? I don't know. I think that his brother and sister-in-law do not think that she's innocent based on the way that they testified. I don't have any information as to any of the other family members, other than like what you can kind of visualize of them reacting to things visibly in the courtroom. But yeah. Okay. Oh my God. So many high numbers on that rating. All right. Let's continue.
came in contact with them, you and your wife and Brian Albert and his wife, Nicole, who's your sister-in-law, hung out with Karen Reed and John O'Keefe, correct?
Yes, there was a big group of people hanging out together, correct.
There were other people in addition to the ones that I've just named?
Yes, there were.
So you were with John and Karen for maybe around an hour or so that night of January 22nd?
I'd say, I don't know exactly what time they arrived, but yes, I'd say they were there for at least an hour.
And during that hour span of time, they appeared to be enjoying each other's company?
Yes,
And the two of them had arrived together, correct?
they walked in together, yes.
And there were no problems that night that you could see between John and Karen, correct?
That, yes, I did not see any problems.
Okay. Now, moving on to the waterfall on January 29th. I am not going to go through with you who arrived when and who left when and where people sat at which table. We're going to skip all that, and I'd like to streamline the questioning if I can. And I just want to talk to you about 2 or 3 areas. You would agree that at the waterfall, the mood among the people who were there was festive, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Everybody appeared to be happy and enjoying themselves, correct?
Everybody was enjoying each other's company.
They
Correct.
were having a good
Specifically
time.
with regard
as
to
everyone
John
said.
O'Keefe and Karen Reed, they appeared to be quite happy that Kaylee had been accepted into Bishop Fian, correct?
John, I recall talking to John about it, and he was happy that Kaylee was at Bishop Fian. I do not recall speaking to Karen about Bishop Fian, but definitely John was happy about Kaylee being in Bishop Fian.
All right. You have previously testified that they were both excited about that, have you not?
If I did, I did. I just know that John mentioned he was out because he was excited about Kaylee being at Bishop Fian. If I looped them both in, then they both were happy. I don't remember what I said when I said it. I didn't put it this way. I didn't see her. She wasn't happy about it. Does that make sense?
Yeah, well, I'm just going by your words, sir. As far as you could see, they were both excited about her acceptance, correct?
Yes, yes.
And they had just found out the previous day or so, correct?
I don't recall what day they found out, but I know that John mentioned he had went out for some beers. He was excited because Kaylee got into Bishop Fian, and he mentioned he was out with another one of his friends whose daughter also got into Bishop Fian.
Right. And it appeared to be new news, correct?
Oh, yes. It was news they were waiting on, yes.
Right. You hadn't heard it before. This is the first that you heard it, correct?
I don't know if I heard it, if a kid had already leaked it the day before or that day, but first I heard it from John.
All right. But it was clear to you that it was really important to John O'Keefe that Kaylee get into Bishop Fian and go there, correct?
They applied. He was excited for her to go there.
And it was clear that he believed it was an achievement for her, correct?
Yes.
And you could glean also that John O'Keefe felt like it was an achievement for him as well, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
Could you glean that from him?
He was happy that she got in. I don't know what if he felt it was his achievement. He was happy for Kaylee.
Of course. And he was doing right by his sister's daughter, correct?
Objection.
I don't know what that means. I can go to any school and do right.
All right. In any case, everything seemed good that night.
Everything was good.
There were no arguments.
There were no arguments that I saw.
John was drinking beer.
In my recollection, yes.
And you had previously testified that you saw Karen was drinking some type of clear liquid that you assumed was some type of vodka drink, correct?
That is correct.
But you didn't think that they were drinking much, correct?
At the waterfall? No, they were only there for an hour. So
Right. And they got there around 11, correct?
give or take, yep, 11-ish.
And that bar is pretty strict about last call, correct?
That is correct.
And you spoke with both of them during the course of the night, correct?
Yes,
Neither John nor Karen was intoxicated in your view, correct?
Objection.
Can you answer that?
they were drinking. I don't know what I don't know what the guideline of intoxication is, but they were drinking.
Do you recall testifying before the grand jury regarding this matter on April 26th of 2022?
If you have that, then I don't recall my questions, that question specific, but yes.
Right. Well, I didn't ask you about the questions. I just asked if you recall testifying before the grand jury on that date.
Here it goes.
I don't remember the date. I recall testifying before the grand jury.
Oh,
You can tell that he's already like, oops, uh-oh. If the defense attorney is mentioning my prior testimony, this means it's going to come up that I said something that's maybe different than what I just said. And I don't remember what I said. I don't remember what I said before. Also really quick here. Let's see, a couple questions here. Gooner 1950 question. Do you know how to tamper with an iPhone? Well, I mean, you can delete text, you can do various things. I know that. But it's only called tampering if you are required to preserve it for some reason. Tony Khan, would you have KR testify at this point? I don't know. I'm not sure that she needs to at this point, because there's definitely plenty on the they haven't met their burden, that the prosecution hasn't met their burden argument. But on the framing argument, I don't know. I would need to see more. Well, I mean, we haven't even gotten to the defense's case in chief, so I would need to see more from what the defense has elsewhere outside of Karen Reed for their evidence. But at this point, I'm not certain that they would need that. And also, of course, there's more questions here that I've got saved, and we will we'll get to those for sure.
If I suggested to you that it was April 26th of 2022, would you quarrel with that?
No, did you say would I quarrel?
Yeah.
No, it was definitely around that time.
Okay. And at that grand jury presentation, Mr. Lally was there, correct?
Yes.
None of the defense team was there, correct?
No.
Karen Reed was not there, correct?
No.
And there was no judge there, correct?
No.
And April 26th was approximately 3 months after January 29th of 2022?
Yes.
Is it fair to say that your memory about whether or not John and or Karen was intoxicated would have been better on April 26th of 2022 than it would be today?
May we approach, Your Honor?
All right, I'll see you inside. Joyce, feel free to stand up.
Okay, well, we can fast forward here, do some time traveling.
Your memory.
Oops, sorry, I went too far.
I had just asked you if your memory of your observations of Karen Reed and John O'Keefe from January 29th would have been better on April 26th of 2022 than it would be today.
Yes, I think that's fair to say.
And that's because your memory doesn't get better over time, correct?
I don't know. I would say it's fair to say, yes, my memory would be better that day.
And on that day, you were asked by Mr. Lally, quote, did either of them, strike that. I'm going to go back to the previous sentence just to put it in context.
Yes.
The previous sentence was from Mr. Lally, obviously you've had social occasions with Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed before, correct? And your answer was, oh, yes, right?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to let that one go.
My answer is yes, I had previous. I don't know if I said, oh, yes, but my answer was yes, of course, I had previous relationships with them.
I'm sorry, I cut you off, sir.
I'm saying, of course, I had previous relationships with them.
And the question that I wanted to direct you to, just to put it in context, was did either of them, speaking about John and Karen, on this particular evening seem sort of overly intoxicated to you? Do you recall that question?
I don't recall the specific question, but that's the question.
And your answer was no to that?
Yes, if that's my answer, then it was no.
All right. In terms of whether you can confirm that that was the question and answer, if I showed you the transcript, would that refresh your memory?
Yes, of course it would.
This is 2103 lines
Just
13 to 15 for counsel. And I didn't ask permission, Your Honor, I'm sorry.
Did either of them? Thank you.
Having reviewed that transcript, did I get the question and answer correct?
Yes, you did.
Okay. Just a couple more things about the waterfall. I wanted to ask you about Brian Albert and Brian Higgins, sir.
Yes.
They were both there that night while you were there, correct?
Yes, they both were there.
And they are both pretty big guys, correct?
Objection.
Can you answer that?
Yes, they're good sized guys.
Did you see Brian Albert and Brian Higgins practicing fighting at the waterfall?
Practicing fighting?
Right. Did you see them kind of square up in a fighting stance to each other?
I recall them grabbing each other. I don't recall them squaring up like they were fighting each other. No, they were playing a little grab ass with each other. I did see them grab each other. I don't recall a physical, hey, let's go.
You know, the fooling around, the playing grab ass, like neither of these descriptions really help with the characterization of what these guys were doing.
Duke it out. I do not recall that.
Okay, so are you saying, taking you literally, that they grabbed each other's asses? Is that it?
No, I'm saying grab ass. It's a figure of speech.
Okay, but what they didn't grab each other. They were in a fighting stance, weren't they? Didn't they crouch down low with each other?
I'm telling you, I don't recall seeing them crouching in a fighting stance. I recall someone grabbing somebody. I don't remember who grabbed who. I just recall
Doesn't really
like a bear hug or something. I thought I recall them doing a bear hug.
All right, so you
It doesn't really matter what exactly his response was because the jury's seen the surveillance footage multiple times now. So they this is just reminding them of that surveillance footage and they can compare what they saw to how he's describing it and it's fine.
do recall them, one of them getting behind the other one and kind of restraining them or grabbing them.
I think there was a bear hug. Yeah, that's what's in my memory. I don't.
And you would agree with me that after closing time, Brian Albert and Brian Higgins were two of the people who went back to 34 Fairview Road, the Albert home, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
But before everyone left, before you left, it was announced around the table that everyone was welcome back at Brian Albert and Nicole Albert's house, correct?
Yes.
Karen Reed and John O'Keefe were both there when that invitation was announced, correct?
Yes.
And you would agree that it was expected that Karen Reed and John O'Keefe would go to the Albert home that night, correct?
If they wanted to come, they were welcomed. Yes.
And that plan would have been for them to go inside the Albert home, correct?
Yes.
Do you recall what time you left the waterfall?
I left the waterfall after midnight, give or take 12:10, 12:15-ish. I don't know the exact specific time. Well, a little before 12:15, but definitely 12:10-ish, 12:15-ish in there.
And you were one of the last to leave the waterfall?
Yes, as I had mentioned, Nick Kolakikis and I walked out together from the waterfall.
Your wife, Jennifer McCabe, had walked out of the bar physically before you did, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And you actually met her in the parking lot?
She was already in the vehicle in the parking lot, correct?
And then you got into the car to drive to the Albert's home, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
All right. So I'm going to ask you about the ride back to the Albert's home in a bit, but right now I want to skip to when you got there, okay?
Okay.
When you first got there, your wife parked your vehicle in the driveway, correct?
Yes.
Which side of the driveway did she park your vehicle in?
Side.
As I mentioned yesterday, I don't recall if it was immediately on the left, meaning the left towards the lawn, or if she was in the next spot over. She pulled in. I don't remember exactly if it was here or one spot over, but she pulled
Cars were
in.
in the driveway at that time.
At least two. I don't recall if there was more than two.
So if there was at least two, those two would have been parked abutting the garage area. In other words, would they be? Let me rephrase. So there are two lanes in that driveway, correct?
My recollection is two lanes, but there is more space I know when we go over and we've gone over, there's more space to kind of park three cars.
Right?
To the right, correct.
Okay.
But we weren't to the right. We were either left or middle.
You were behind one vehicle, whichever lane you were in, or were you pulled right up to one of the garage entrances?
I don't recall if we pulled all the way in or not, but I don't remember.
So there were at least two vehicles in the driveway before you got there, correct?
In the driveway?
Yes.
Yes, there were cars in the driveway.
And when you parked in the driveway, fair to say that there was no black SUV at the Albert's home?
Are you referencing Karen's SUV? I don't know what color the Albert's cars were.
Oh, okay.
Are you referencing their SUV?
Put it this way. Yes, I'm referencing Karen's SUV.
That was not at the home.
And that was not in the driveway, correct?
Karen's SUV was
Right.
not in the driveway.
And it was not adjacent to the property or on the street anywhere that you could see?
Correct. It was not there.
All right, but you say that there was a Jeep in the street at that time, correct?
There was a Jeep parked in front of the end of the driveway in front of the mailbox.
And that Jeep belonged to Brian Higgins?
I found out it belonged to Brian Higgins. I didn't know it was his Jeep when I arrived.
And it had a plow on the front of it?
Yes, it did.
It was parked adjacent to the Alberts property on Fairview, facing up the hill toward Chapman Street, correct?
Yes.
And at the time that you arrived, that was the only vehicle that was parked on Fairview Street adjacent to the Albert property, correct?
Yes.
That's interesting because remember the testimony from the guys that were in the pickup truck that swung by, Julie's brother and his friends. They testified to not seeing a Jeep with a snowplow like between or really anywhere. It seems like nobody saw that Jeep anywhere when they pulled up a little bit later. So did Brian Higgins leave? What happened here? This is interesting. I would like to see this somehow explained. I don't quite understand how one thing is connected to another right there.
And your testimony is that that Jeep remained parked in front of the Albert house, just to the left of the driveway as you face the house, until Brian Higgins finally left and drove it away at the end of the night, correct?
That's my recollection, was his Jeep was out in front of the mailbox.
With the court's permission, could we display Exhibit 66?
Okay.
So, Mr. McCabe, I'm highlighting with a spotlight the front of the Alberts home. When I get to the point where the Jeep was parked, can you stop me? And you can adjust it right or left if I go too far.
Objection, Your Honor.
Can we have him use the laser pointer first and then?
Sure. Hope you're better than I
Yeah.
am. Coach?
I was hoping I didn't have
Oh,
to
you
do
have the
this.
other laser pointer.
I don't have one.
That's fine.
No.
If you could, yeah, please.
The Jeep was right there. From the edge of the driveway, to right there. I believe it was a two-door Jeep.
Okay, it looks like a part of the Jeep would have been blocking the driveway.
Nope. Where the mailbox is, the Jeep was right there.
Okay.
It was not blocking the driveway.
Because I thought that's like right where the pickup truck was. That was my impression from the testimony the other day.
Sure.
The mailbox that's spotlighted there, would that have been where the back of the Jeep was?
Yeah, the back would have been right in the vicinity of the edge of the driveway in the mailbox.
I see, so it wasn't blocking the driveway at all when you saw it?
No.
And it was facing to the left as we look at Exhibit 66, correct?
Also, so the thing that's consistent between his testimony and the pickup truck people testimony is that it sounded like all of them testified to Karen Reed's car initially coming to the same spot, like this spot that's right in front of the mailbox essentially. But it sounds like the difference is this populated by Brian Higgins' Jeep or is it populated by the pickup truck that came by? Weird.
Heading
Weird.
to the left of the house, correct.
We can have the lights back on. And as you testified, that Jeep was there the whole night. Brian Higgins didn't go out to move it at any point, correct?
I never saw Brian Higgins go outside to move his Jeep.
About 5 minutes after you got to the Albert home that night, you saw a black SUV parked outside the home, correct?
Yes, again, I don't know the exact minutes, but give or take 4 or 5 minutes.
And when you saw that black SUV parked outside the Albert home, Higgins' Jeep was still there, correct?
Yes, to my recollection, the Jeep was still outside in front of the mailbox.
The black SUV was parked in front of Higgins' Jeep with the plow on the front, correct?
That's correct.
How far or close to that Jeep was the black SUV?
I don't recall the exact distance. Again, when I looked outside, I noticed my focus was on the black SUV, which looked outside would have been in front of the front door.
With regard to the distance between the Jeep and the black SUV, was it greater or smaller than the distance between you and me right now?
Oh, it'd be smaller.
Um,
If I'm the end, if you're the end of the Jeep and
Let's
I'm the
say-
end of the
Let's say that I'm the
Lexus,
rear end of the black SUV and you're the front end of the Jeep.
yeah, I'd say you'd be a little closer to me.
With the court's permission, may I walk closer to the witness so that he could give an estimate?
Sure.
And you can just stop me, sir.
Yeah, I don't know. Again, when I looked outside, I was focused on the SUV. I wasn't focused on the Jeep or the truck. I don't know the exact distance. You could walk 3 more feet or 3 feet that way, but it was out in front of the house. That's all I can tell you.
You will agree with me that you've given conflicting information about where the black SUV was when you first saw it?
Oh,
If you tell me I gave conflicting information, you can show it to me. I don't recall. I've always said the SUV was in front of the house.
Right. And when you said in front of the house, you meant
do you mean like now you're like no one thinks that you're saying it's behind the house? Like everyone agrees it was in front of the house, just in various positions.
that as you look out the front door of the Albert residence, which on Exhibit 66 would have been the door to the left, that's the classic front door,
The classic front door looking at the house on the main part of the Colonial.
looking straight out from there, that's where the black SUV was positioned, correct?
In that vicinity, correct.
Right. It would have been sort of directly in front of you as you look out that front door, correct?
Like I said, in the vicinity of looking out the front door was the black SUV. If it was 3 feet this way or 3 feet this way or 3 feet that way, I don't know. It was just out in front of the house.
Right. And that was where it was when you first spotted it, according to your testimony today, correct?
Yes,
But you spoke to Michael Proctor during the afternoon of January 29th, did you not?
yes, I did.
That was the very day that these events occurred, correct?
Yes, it was.
You would agree with me that your memory of where that black SUV was when you first spotted it on January 29th would have been better on that very day than it would be today, correct?
Possibly, yes.
It's almost 2.5 years later,
2.5 years that I've lived in my memory, yes.
but your memory does not get better over time,
True.
correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
On January 29th of
Yes.
2022, when you spoke to Michael Proctor, you told him that you saw a black SUV parked to the right of the residence as you look at the property from the street. Did you not?
I did not. Can you elaborate what you mean by to the right of the residence?
Well, I will just repeat the question. Did you tell Michael Proctor on January 29th of 2022 that you observed a big dark SUV parked to the right of the house?
What right? Looking at the
Yeah.
house to the right or looking at the house to the
Valid
left?
question.
When you say right, I don't know what you mean by right.
Is your memory exhausted as to what you told Michael Proctor?
No, not at all.
So if your memory is not exhausted, would you agree with me that while you were at 34 Fairview, you told Michael Proctor that you observed a big dark SUV parked to the right of the house?
That could have been the second time I informed him of seeing the SUV.
Okay. If I suggested to you that that was the first time, according to what you told Michael Proctor, would you dispute that?
Objection.
Sustained.
Is your memory exhausted as to whether or not that was the first or second time, according to what you told Michael Proctor?
My memory is not exhausted.
Okay, so if your memory is not exhausted, do you deny telling Michael Proctor that you observed a big dark SUV parked to the right of the house?
Objection.
Can you answer that?
I don't know if I can answer it. I believe it's the second question.
All
I
right,
told him I saw an SUV and parked in front of the house. Then I saw an SUV move further up the road, which looking out of the house would be to the right of the house. So that would be when I saw the SUV to the right of the house, would be the second time I saw the SUV. I've always stated the SUV was in front of the house if looking out the front door.
Okay, so when you so you deny telling Michael Proctor that when you first saw the SUV, by the way, sir, is this funny? I'm sorry. you
This
were
is
laughing.
not funny, sir. Not at all. It's been 2 years of misery.
Well, you're smiling now, that's why I asked.
You keep repeating the same question.
Well, I'm trying to get an answer that you won't give me, sir. When you
This is a witness that Yannetti might start losing control over the cross-examination with a witness like this, getting into this kind of tit for tat sort of argument. So there's a little dangerous, a little shoddy. Who knows how the jury's reacting? Like this is when I would love to see, what is the jury doing? How are they reacting? Because are they more on Yannetti's side right now or more on Matthew McCabe's side? The fact that McCabe is like laughing, I don't like it. But I've got my thoughts on Matthew McCabe from earlier in the testimony that it kind of colors that a little bit. Jury might be thinking otherwise. They might be totally on McCabe's side.
talked to Michael Proctor on January 29th of 2022, when you first observed the big dark SUV, you said to him it was parked to the right of the house.
Objection.
this is the last time on that question, is that right?
That is not right. The SUV, the first time was in front of the house, coming out the front door. The second time was to the right of the house.
All right.
You have to move on. Mr.
Gotcha.
Nick.
Okay. All right. So you did not say that, but you did say that you were making those observations from the front door, correct?
As I stated yesterday, I recall.
That's a yes or no question. I'm sorry.
Objection, Your Honor.
Can you answer it yes or no?
I can't. I said yesterday, it's either I looked out the window and I looked out the front door. I don't remember which order.
Well, you told Michael Proctor that the first time you looked out, it was out the front door. Did you not?
I don't recall what I told Michael Proctor on
Wait.
April.
You don't recall. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Page 2 of Proctor's report, counsel.
So next time, just show it to Mr.
Of course, I'm sorry. You'd read the first few sentences of that second paragraph.
Second paragraph.
Yeah, I think that got a little bit messy for Yannetti there. Hmm.
May I approach?
Yes.
You had said that you don't remember what you told Michael Proctor. Did that report refresh your memory?
I'm not saying I don't remember what I told Michael Proctor.
Well, hold on.
I'm stating what I
Hold
remember.
on a second, sir. You just told this jury that you don't remember what you told Michael Proctor. Those were your words.
Yes, at the point I'm reading, I don't remember the exact wording, but I know what I told Michael Proctor.
All right. And you told Michael Proctor that you observed a big dark SUV parked to the right of the house. Did you not?
At some point in the conversation, yes, I told Michael Proctor that a big dark SUV moved to the right of the house.
Moved to the right of the house? Is that what you just said?
All right, let me rephrase. At some point, there was a big dark SUV parked in front of the right of the house. I physically didn't see it move, so I need to rephrase. I can't say move.
Right, but what I'm concentrating on now, sir, is not what you're memory is today or what you testified to the jury today. I'm concentrating on what you told Michael Proctor that very day on January 29th, 2022. Okay? And you initially told him that it was parked to the right of the house, the big dark SUV, and that you made those observations from the front door. And then you stated you looked out the front window and
Objection, Your Honor.
and observed the same big dark SUV had moved to the other side of the property.
So
Correct?
the objection sustained, you have to break that down, and I thought we moved on from this, Mr. Yannick.
No, we haven't gotten to the second part of the.
So bring the document, I'll see it side by side.
All right, they're gonna do a sidebar. You know, I wonder if part of this is strategy, even though it is very messy. Yannetti might be going for a strategy here just to get really muddy, throw some mud around, and just to reveal another side of this witness. Because, you know, when he first came on, he was looking very, very proper. He was looking very, you know, I don't know, kind of a little charismatic. But, you know, after this, it's like it's hard to look, you know, getting him to react in the ways that he's reacting. He's laughing, he's smiling, he's doing all this kind of stuff that people may or may not react well to. I don't know. So maybe this is strategy by Yannetti. I don't particularly love it. I prefer a laser sharp cross-examination always, but hey, there's more than one way to do a cross-examination, and sometimes my way isn't the best way.
One last question on this, Mr. Yannick.
Yes, with regard to Trooper Proctor's report that you have in front of you, right? It's II for identification.
Yes, I'm reading the report.
Will agree with me that you reported your conversation as saying that the vehicle was first to the right and then moved to the other side of the property, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
You testified before the grand jury regarding this issue on April 26th of 2022, did you not?
Yes, I did.
And you talked about the vehicle moving from point A to point B, correct?
Yes, at some point.
And you estimated that it was 15 to 20 feet or so that the SUV moved along the property line, correct?
Yes. Again, I don't know the exact distance, but estimates.
And you, at that point in time, you were asked to clarify what you had meant when you said that the vehicle was first on the right side of the property. Do you recall that testimony?
I do not.
Do you recall that Mr. Lally asked you, to the right would have been toward the driveway side of the property, and that you answered that's correct?
I don't remember the conversation. And again, to the right looking at the house or to the right looking out of the house?
Well, that's what I'm talking about. To the right, looking at the house would be toward the driveway, correct?
To the right looking at the house would be toward the driveway, correct?
Right. And that's your testimony where the vehicle started out, correct? And then moved toward the flagpole the second time?
The vehicle started in front of the house and moved towards the flagpole, correct? So looking out of the house, it moved towards the right.
Now, excuse me.
Margaret Kane, thanks for the super chat. Level 10 of cross-examnesia, hashtag McGiggles. Man, oh man.
You told Michael Proctor that initially it was parked closer to the driveway or the mailbox when you first saw it, correct?
Objection.
Objection sustained. We were moving off of this, Mr.
Okay,
Yannick.
yes, you are.
Yeah.
Wherever it was when you first saw it, where was the Jeep in relation to that black SUV when you first laid eyes on the black SUV?
Again, I was focused on the black SUV. My recollection, the Jeep was still in the same spot, which we had pointed out earlier on the exhibit.
Correct? In terms of where it was facing, the black SUV was behind, I'm sorry, the Jeep was behind the black SUV.
Jeep would have been behind the black SUV, correct?
And wherever it was along that property line, you would agree with me that before the black SUV arrived outside the Albert home, You didn't notice any tire tracks in the snow on the street in front of the house, correct?
Before, yes, that's correct.
Before the black SUV arrived.
Correct.
And at all times that you saw the black SUV, first or second, it was always facing toward Chapman Street, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And it was always facing in the same direction that you say that Higgins' Jeep was facing, correct?
Yes,
And that would mean that the passenger side of the black SUV was the closest side to the Albert home, correct?
yes,
And it was the closest side to you when you were first looking at it, correct?
yes.
And now your testimony today is you don't recall if the first time you looked at that black SUV, it was through the front door or if it was through a front window, correct?
Correct. I don't recall which one I looked out first. I know I looked out both of them at some point. I just don't recall which one was first.
Whichever one it was, when you first laid eyes on that black SUV, you did not see John O'Keefe in the passenger seat, correct?
That is correct.
How long a span of time was it between the first time you looked out and saw the black SUV and the second time?
Again, I don't have the exact time. I'm going to guess 3, 4, 5 minutes at most.
And what you did in between those 3, 4, 5 minutes was you went back to the table or near the table in the kitchen dining room area where everybody was congregated?
That's correct.
And you went back there to talk to people and socialize, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And then you came back to the front of the house and either went to the front window or the front door, and that's when you noticed that the black SUV had moved to the other side of the property, correct?
Yes, at that moment, it had moved to the right of the property.
It had driven forward, correct?
I did not see it drive, but it had moved, yes.
It had moved
So it had to
forward.
get there somehow, yes.
All right. It was now closer to the flagpole than it was the first time, correct?
That is correct.
And the flagpole, as you look at the property, not from your vantage point looking out, but as you look at the property from the street, that would have been to the left, correct?
Yes,
And again, it was still facing toward Chapman Street.
yes.
In terms of how many times you saw the black SUV having moved outside the house, you would agree with me that you have contradicted yourself about how many times that it moved, correct?
No,
Yesterday and today, you testified that it had been in 3 different spots and then it was gone, correct?
yes. Three times I looked out and saw the SUV.
Right. And, again, in May of 2024, yesterday and today, all 3 times it moved, it was moving further or farther up Fairview toward Chapman Street, correct?
Yes,
And in fact, you've testified now in May of 2024 that the third time that you saw it, the black SUV was even past the fire hydrant, just about to the neighbor's property, correct?
yes.
But again, your memory of where it was the last time that you saw it, or how many times you saw it, I should say, would have been better on January 29th than today, correct?
Again, assumption, yes, I guess it should be.
And in fact, when you were talking to Michael Proctor, you had just observed the black SUV just hours before speaking to him, correct?
Yes.
Not 2.5 years before. Right?
Oh, yes.
And when you spoke to Michael Proctor, you told him that you only saw the black SUV in 2 different spots, correct?
That's what it says on this paper. My recollection is always been, I saw the black SUV in 3 different spots.
And you just called it a paper. It's a police report, correct?
Objection.
That's sustained, Mr. Yannetti.
Yeah, because the thing is, police reports can't be brought in into evidence. They are hearsay. So that's why that objection was. Oh my God, the spot where I paused it, that face, my goodness. Also, really quick, HP, thank you so much for the super chat. At this rate, and what do you think the chances are we hear from the medical examiner before June? Today is the 17th. That would mean, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, maybe 6 court days before June. I think it's possible. We may see them, next week, perhaps. Also, let's see, CJ Perry became a new member. Welcome to Bike Club, CJ Perry. Thanks so much for joining us. Matt, why does Yannetti keep going back to the same subject about the location of SUV when the judge says to move on? It's really important for the defense because of the fact that he testified about those abnormal tire tracks, because that seems to suggest that there was something about the movement of KR's car, of Karen Reed's vehicle, that was suspect, that happened, that indicates some other kind of movement. Perhaps that's when the vehicle hit John O'Keefe. Debbie Faison Cook, thanks so much for gifting another Legalbytes membership. So kind of you. Let's see, BG0369, you've been gifted a membership by Debbie. So welcome back to Bike Club. Robinson, thanks for the super chat. Neither prosecution nor defense has explained what, if any, significance the position of the SUV has. Jury must be completely baffled by all this. I think it's the tire tracks from yesterday. I think that's the thing that the prosecution is hoping that they picked up on, because that's the only way that there's anything weird here that happened, in my opinion. But it's still like, for me, it's not enough of an explanation for like this would have happened in like the briefest moment, and it just so happened to be in between the time when all of these people were like looking through the window at it. I don't know. I'm not sure that I'm convinced by it. Billy's Momzilla, thanks for the super chat. Is he trying to prove that the Jeep must have arrived after the SUV and driver would be best witness, but no one saw the Jeep? I don't know. I'm not sure. I think Brian Higgins arrived. I think he arrived last, or one of the last ones, but from what previous witnesses have testified, they all arrived like within 5 minutes of each other. So I think Brian Higgins was already there before Karen Reed pulled up. I think he had already pulled into the or pulled up to the house. Charles K also gifted a Legalbytes membership. Thank you so much. So kind of you. Larry Huffing, you have been gifted a membership by Charles K. So welcome back. I think you've been in Bike Club before. Welcome back to Bike Club. And also Gunner 1950, thanks for the super chat. He thinks he's a comedian with red face and goofy teeth. Yeah, I either that, or I think it probably is a nervous laugh, but it doesn't come across well, I don't think. And also, by the way, we've got over 2,000 folks in this chat right now. If you guys have not done so already and you're enjoying the coverage of this trial right here on this channel, please do hit the like button. It does help for the algorithm gods to push it out into the ether and bring more eyeballs to our wonderful Boston Tea Party, as I like to call it, here during this trial. Just Aaron, thanks you so much for the super chat. Hello, I can finally join a live. It's 10:30 p.m. in Perth, Australia. Nice to see you live again, Alita and Bike Club. Question: is MM laughing at the questions or sustained objections? Creepy IMO. I think it's discomfort. I really think it is discomfort, but I don't know if he realizes how it comes across to somebody who does not know him. Folks that do know him personally might look at that and be like, oh, this is just a nervous thing that he does. But for those of us that are not familiar with him, it's a little bit off-putting to a lot of people, I think, myself included. I don't love it. I don't love the laughing, especially because this is not a laughing matter. It's a murder trial. Yeah, this kind of thing. Okay, let's continue.
Now, since you talked to Michael Proctor on January 29th of 2022, it's fair to say that you've had multiple conversations about this case with your family, correct?
Of course, I've talked about this case.
That includes in-person conversations, correct?
With my family?
Yes.
Yes.
As well as phone calls and texts?
Yes.
You've also, since you talked to Michael Proctor, have had multiple conversations about this case with your in-laws, correct?
Yes.
That also includes in-person conversations as well as phone calls and texts, correct?
That is correct.
And since you gave that statement to Michael Proctor, you've had multiple conversations specifically with Brian Albert, correct?
Yes, I've talked to Brian Albert.
That includes in-person phone calls and texts, correct?
That is correct.
Would you agree with me that in terms of the changes in your version of events from what you've testified during this trial to what is in Michael Proctor's report, you put the SUV farther down Fairview toward Chapman Street now, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Your testimony during this trial puts the SUV past the fire hydrant, almost toward the neighbor's house, correct?
That is correct.
But however many times you saw that black SUV, you'd agree with me, you never observed any damage to the rear of that vehicle, correct?
Correct.
Never saw any damage to the rear right taillight, correct?
Correct.
You'll also agree with me that every time you saw that black SUV, the vehicle had its headlights on, correct?
I was looking, as we talked about it moving up the property, I was looking at the back. I could see the back of the SUV. The assumption is the headlights were on, but I wasn't looking at the headlights.
All right, well, that would have meant that the area in front of the vehicle was lit up, correct?
Yes, but like I said, it was further up the road.
Now, sometime after that black SUV first arrived, you noticed that there were tire tracks, I should say, in a V shape on the street in front of the Albert home, correct?
That's correct.
And those tire tracks were from the curb in front of 34 Fairview toward the neighbor's property across the street and then back toward the curb, correct?
Yes, it came out, waved out towards the across the street and came back in.
All right. And the pattern of those tire tracks that you observed were consistent with the vehicle making a 3-point turn, correct?
Objection.
Can you answer that?
I don't know if the vehicle made a 3-point turn. It could be consistent with, because it was a wavy pattern. I've never looked at a tire tracks after I've done a 3-point turn to determine what they actually look like, but in and back out.
There was nothing about those tire tracks that ruled out a 3-point turn to you, correct?
No?
All right. You didn't see those tire tracks again until the black SUV arrived at the home, correct?
Yes, I didn't see them previous to the black SUV.
And Higgins' Jeep was already there before the black SUV arrived, correct?
Yes,
So Higgins' Jeep was already parked and stationary when there were no tire tracks in that area, correct?
I didn't notice I parked my car, we parked in the driveway and I walked in the house, so I wasn't looking at the tire tracks. So,
You didn't
but
see-
Higgins' Jeep was already parked.
Right. You didn't see tire tracks at that point, is my point.
Yeah, well, I didn't see any.
And at the point that you saw those tire tracks, there were no other vehicles in the area along the Albert family property line on Fairview other than Higgins' Jeep and the black SUV, correct?
That's my recollection, yes.
Okay, so now we're going to go back to where I had left off with regard to meeting your wife, Jennifer McCabe, in the car after leaving the waterfall. You recall that we sort of left off with you getting in the car and starting the drive home.
Yes,
Once you got inside the car, your wife ultimately called John O'Keefe along the ride home, correct?
John O'Keefe had texted my wife and my wife had called him. He was asking where to, we think he was asking for the where to, where's the address. So she called him to tell him.
And you knew that he was asking that because the Bluetooth of the car was connected to her phone, correct?
I believe the Bluetooth was on. Again, I could hear his conversation.
Yeah.
My assumption is the Bluetooth was on.
Right, you could hear both sides of the conversation, correct?
I could hear John as well, yes.
Yeah, your wife and John, correct?
Well, yes, I was sitting next to my wife. I could hear her.
And you heard John tell your wife that he was planning to go to 34 Fairview, correct?
Yes,
He had told your wife in your presence that he and Karen would meet your wife and you there, correct?
he said we're on our way.
Right. And you knew, again, the plan was to go inside 34 Fairview, correct?
Yes, that was the plan.
You heard your wife tell John that 34 Fairview's off Chapman Street, correct?
Either I was also talking, so I don't know if my wife was repeating, but yes, we did say off of Chapman Street.
It could have been you, could have been your wife, but he was
Yes.
told it was off Chapman Street, right?
That's correct, yes.
And then your wife hung up with John, at least temporarily, but then John called back, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
He indicated he needed more specific directions to 34 Fairview, correct?
Yes,
And then you heard your wife, or maybe you participated in the conversation, I won't rule that out, but between the two of you, you did give him more specific directions, correct?
yes, we did.
And either you or your wife, and you can correct me if you know if it's one or the other, but one of you told him to go down Chapman and take Fairview as if they were going to Bella's house, correct?
Yes, we had mentioned go down Chapman to Fairview, you know where Bella lives, drive past Bella's street. The house will come up on your left.
Right, and I
I'm so tempted to play the Californians clip again, but we already played it earlier. I feel like if it'll be overkill if I play it again.
believe you previously explained that Bella was a friend of John's niece, Kaylee, and also your daughter, Olivia, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So that was a good way to orient him as to where to go, correct?
Yes.
And once you did that, John O'Keefe never called back for any clarification, correct?
Yes, not to my recollection.
All right, and with regard to your state of
All right, fine. I'm getting folks in the chat saying play it.
I know a shortcut through El Segundo. Take the 105 West and exit on Culver. When you see the Zanko chicken on the left, turn right. Take Venice and follow it all the way down. Then you're in Marina Del Rey.
I just don't want people to get sick of it. That's why. But I love it. Okay, sorry. I'm going to go back 5 seconds just because I cut off Yannetti's question there.
clarification, correct?
Yes, not to my recollection.
All right, and with regard to your state of mind, based on that conversation and the instructions that either you or your wife or both of you gave John, you certainly assumed that John and Karen would be arriving at Fairview coming from the Chapman Street direction, correct?
That was my assumption.
Okay.
As I had stated yesterday, there's multiple ways to go, but that was my assumption.
And it was an educated assumption based on the conversation that you had, correct?
Yes.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Okay. Whisper.
If I may hand the
Thank you.
document. I have handed you something. If you could take a look and tell the jury whether you recognize what that depicts.
Yes, this is a map showing Cedar Crest Road intersecting with Fairview Road. On the opposite side shows Chapman Street intersecting with Fairview,
Are they gonna
as
show
well
us
as other
that?
streets in it's called the Cedar Crest neighborhood, in the Cedar Crest neighborhood.
It would be very helpful if we could
Realizing
give
that
that.
they don't have a compass or a rule, or does it appear to be generally to scale in terms of where the roads are?
Yes,
And it appears to be a fair and accurate depiction of the layouts of particularly Cedar Crest, Fairview, and Chapman Street?
yes.
Okay, I would offer that, Your Honor.
Yes.
Is there any objection?
Are we going to see a map? Finally. It was not just like word vomit, like meaningless words to most of us that are not from this area.
And Mr. McCabe, why don't we hand over the other one?
Come on, put it up on the screen. Some of us need to be able to visualize all of these words that are totally unfamiliar to us.
May I display that for the jury, Your Honor?
Oh, thank you.
All right.
What is the display
Finally have
on
a
the
map.
screen, Mr. McCabe? Does that appear to be what I just showed you in Exhibit 88?
Yes.
You see that there's a red bubble there. Does that have any meaning to you as you look at the map?
Yes, it'd be the location of 34 Fairview.
Okay. And as we look at the map, Cedar Crest is up the top and Chapman is down the bottom.
That is correct.
Okay.
With regard to the directions that you gave, or you or your wife gave John O'Keefe, if they were coming as you directed them on Chapman Street, would they be taking a right onto Fairview or a left?
If they went the way that we mentioned, they'd be taking a left.
Okay, so in terms of looking at this map, they'd be traveling on Chapman Street really from the left to the right as you look at Exhibit 88, correct?
Yes, left to right, correct.
All right, and that would allow them to take a left down Fairview, heading towards Cedar Crest, correct?
That is correct.
And you would agree with me that that would put the driver's side closest to the Albert property if they just kept going straight all the way to Cedar Crest, correct?
Yes, the driver's side would have been closest to the property.
Okay, we can turn the lights back on. That would mean,
Really quick, sorry.
Well,
I'm gonna pause
strike
real
that.
quick. Billy's Momzilla. Wait, I thought he went to their house years earlier to apologize about kid walking on the lawn. I don't believe this. That was actually not Brian Albert's house. That was Christopher Albert's house. Because remember, there was the whole, what was it called? The oh God, what was the word for Monster House? I can't even remember. Folks in the chat will remind me. But yeah, they started giving him the nickname because their kids had like walked across the lawn. There was this whole possibility that maybe Colin Albert was the reason why they had given him a Nebercracker. Thank you guys, Nebercracker. So yeah, they started calling him the Nebercracker because of this incident, but the defense kind of threw in there like, isn't it because Colin was like throwing beer bottles and stuff on the lawn and like trespassing and essentially being a menace? But that didn't seem to stick based on the response by Christopher Albert. So it's totally easy to get these people confused. There's a massive web of people involved in this case.
so you agree with me that your state of mind was that was the direction that they would go?
That's what I thought they would have, that's how I thought they would have come into the neighborhood, correct?
But you never saw the black SUV traveling in that direction or parked in that direction, correct?
That's correct.
That would mean that in order for the SUV to be facing in the other direction, one way would be for it to make a 3-point turn, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Why is that objectionable?
So we're saying if they came down from Chapman and then spun around and facing back up towards Chapman is what you're asking? Yes, at some point she would have had to turn around.
Or do a 3-point turn, correct?
She could do a 3-point turn, or she could just loop around at Cedar Crest and come back up. Either one.
That actually does seem to be consistent with what the pickup truck driver said, right? Because they came in two different directions. They had been face to face, and then they just pulled over, and then the other car turned around to then swing into the same spot. So that actually seems kind of consistent.
And a 3-point turn would be consistent with what the V-shaped tire tracks that you saw when you looked out the front of Brian Albert's house, correct?
Objection.
Sustain.
When you were interviewed by Michael Proctor on January 29th of 2022, you had not spoken with Ryan Nagel, correct?
No.
So it's fair to say you did not know what, if anything, Ryan Nagel had seen in
Well, there's a
terms
what if
of
anything.
how or what direction the black SUV arrived in, correct?
Objection.
Sustain.
When you spoke to Michael Proctor on January 29th of 2022, the phone conversation that your wife had with John O'Keefe.
Oh, and by the way, yeah, I'm not pointing that out to say that this is like a problem for Yannetti to use what if anything. Like that's a second time that he's literally used it in this trial. So I'm just saying that because I'm not going to count that towards the lally tally when it comes out.
You were either participating in or listening to. That was regarding the directions. That was fresh in your mind on January 29th, correct?
Yeah.
Those directions had just been given to John, the night before or really hours before, correct?
Yes.
So on January 29th, when you're talking to Michael Proctor, believing that John had driven down Chapman Street, you were trying to square in your own mind how the vehicle wound up in the other direction when you looked out the house, correct?
Objection.
Were you?
Can you just repeat that again?
Yeah,
I think I heard you. I just want to make
It
sure.
wasn't a great question. I'll see if I can make it any better. You're talking with Michael Proctor on January 29th in the afternoon, correct?
Yes.
And he's asking you about the positioning of the black SUV, among other things, correct?
Yes.
Again, I'm just getting to your state of mind. Your state of mind was that you gave the direction, you or your wife gave the directions to John, and you're thinking he came down Chapman, but you never saw the vehicle in that direction it was only in the other direction facing toward Chapman. Is that fair?
Yes,
And so you're naturally trying to square in your own mind, trying to make it make sense as to how that happened, correct?
Objection.
You can answer that. Were you trying to square that in your own mind?
I wasn't trying to, I don't know if I was trying to square it. I just knew that for some reason her vehicle was facing up Chapman. Are you asking?
All right.
I didn't know what she did. I just know her vehicle was facing up Chapman.
And to you, that was the significance of the V-shaped tire tracks when you're talking to property, right?
Objection.
Was it?
If I recall, I said there was a V-shaped tire tracks, and I believe the question was, could it be consistent with a three-point turn? I said it could be. I didn't know if it was a three-point turn. It could be because it was weird tracks. Again, I did not see the vehicle. I don't know if she pulled in the driveway and turned. I don't know if she went to Cedar Crest and turned. I don't know if she did a three-point turn and turn. I have no idea.
All right, but just one last question on this three-point turn. You offered the V-shaped tire tracks as an explanation for what could have happened, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow that one.
I had stated there was a V-shaped tire tracks. I didn't say it was a three-point turn.
All right, well, you
Also, really quick, I just wanted to point this out because this is a little bit of a correction on what I was saying earlier. Ball 716, thank you so much for this. It's not consistent. The truck said they came to the intersection at Cedar Crest with them, not past them on Fairview going the other way. So that is correct. Now that you mention it, yes, it was at an intersection that they had passed each other. So thank you for that. I stand corrected.
agree with me in any case that if John and Karen entered from Cedar Crest and you saw them where you saw them, there'd be no need for a three-point turn, correct?
So you're saying if she didn't come from Chapman, she came from the other side, Cedar Crest, there would be no need for a three-point turn
Because
or any type of turn because she was already facing that way.
that's right. If she came from Cedar Crest, she's already in the very direction that you saw the black SUV when you looked out, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, your testimony during this trial is that you were looking straight out from the house to the street. And, you know, again, I understand your qualification. It could have been 3 feet this way or 3 feet that way. But your memory is that the car was essentially right in front of you, give or take, the first time you saw it.
My memory is the car was right in front of the front door.
Yes, okay. And you were looking straight at it, correct?
As I had stated earlier, the first time I looked out, I don't recall if I was looking straight out from the front door or if I was peeking out through the window, but it was, my sight would had it lined up in front of the front door. So if I looked out from the front door, then it would have been, yes, straight in front of me.
And you would agree with me that when you were looking at the vehicle from wherever you were looking at it, you were looking straight over the front lawn, correct?
I would have been looking over the lawn, correct? Again,
And the
I was
V-shaped
focused on the
tire
vehicle.
tracks were far.
Hold on, Mr.
Sorry.
Yannetti.
I said I was focused on the vehicle. I was focused.
I didn't know that he was not done with his answer.
My fault.
We only can have one person speaking at a time. The court reporter can't be expected to have two different people at the same time. So
I'm surprised that that's the first time that she's actually said that. I feel like, you know, it comes up in like every single trial at some point when people just get a little excited and they start talking over one another. There's been a little bit of crosstalk so far. So it's interesting that this is the first time that she's been like, all right, you guys, I've got to say this. Court reporter's having a hard time here.
please be cautious. The lawyer needs to be
Yeah,
cautious of that.
I will try, Your Honor. Did you get your full answer out, sir?
I did.
Okay. You would agree with me that the V-shaped tire tracks were farther away from you than the front lawn?
Yes, they were on the road.
And if you were able to clearly see those V-shaped tire tracks, you certainly were able to clearly see the Albert's front lawn, correct?
As I mentioned, I was looking over the lawn, but I'm assuming the lawn was somehow in my visibility. I wasn't focusing on the lawn.
Okay. I'm going to try that question again and see if I can get a yes or no answer. If you were able to clearly see the V-shaped tire tracks, you were certainly able to clearly see the Albert's front lawn, correct?
If I looked at it, it's a confusing question. As I said, I was focused on the road. I wasn't looking at the lawn.
But let me be clear. I'm not asking you if
Yes
you
or no.
looked at it. I asked if you were able to clearly see it.
I would be able to, yes.
And you didn't see anything.
And when you looked out at that black SUV, and saw the V-shaped tire tracks, you did not see a 6'2" man lying on the front lawn, correct?
Arbol 716, are you looking ahead at the stream? Because we are a little bit behind. So are you cheating? Because otherwise you are a soothsayer. Thank you so much for the super chat.
No, I did not.
And at no point in time, whenever you looked at that black SUV, did you see John O'Keefe inside the vehicle, correct?
No, I did not see John in the vehicle.
At no point in time did you hear any yelling outside 34 Fairview, correct?
No, I did not.
At no point in time did you hear any scream of pain outside 34 Fairview, correct?
No, I didn't.
At no point in time did you ever hear any crash noises outside 34 Fairview.
Objection.
I'll allow it.
No,
And last question on this point, at no point did you hear any noises at all outside 34 Fairview that attracted your attention?
no, there's music playing in the house, so I didn't hear anything.
Okay. Now, after being at the Albert home for a period of time early that morning, you left the home approximately 1:40 a.m. or so,
Yeah, give or take 140, 145. I don't know the exact time.
and you walked out with your wife, Jennifer McCabe, and two of Brian Jr.'s friends, correct?
Yes, Brian's two friends were joining Jennifer and I. We were driving them home.
And whether you knew their names or not that night, you subsequently learned their names to be Sarah Levinson and Julie Nagel.
That's correct.
And you all came out of the house together, correct?
Yeah, I don't recall who was where when we walked to the car, but we all left the house at the same time.
And directly in front of all of you was the front lawn, correct?
If I was to walk straight out the front door, yes, the front lawn's in front of me.
And when you were walking out, the black SUV was gone, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And when you first came out of the house facing that front lawn, you didn't see a black baseball cap, correct?
That's correct.
Or a black sneaker, correct?
That's correct.
Or 45 pieces of red plastic taillight, correct?
That's correct.
Or even one, correct?
That's correct.
And once again, you didn't see a 6'2" man lying on the front lawn, correct?
No, I wish I did, but I didn't.
As you were walking out with your wife and these two other women, none of them yelled that they saw anything like that, correct?
Correct.
And then you all piled into the vehicle, which was in the driveway, correct?
Yes.
You and your wife got into the front, the driver's seat and the passenger seat, correct?
Yes, I sat in the driver's seat. My wife was in the passenger seat. I had to brush off the car, but that's where we sat.
And the other two women who were friends with Brian Jr. got into the second row passenger seat, correct?
Yes.
And I believe your testimony is you don't know who was where within that, but they did get in there.
Yes, they were behind us. I don't know who sat in what seat.
Once you got inside the vehicle, is that when you realized that you had left something back into the house?
I don't recall leaving something in the house.
I'm sorry?
I don't recall leaving something in the house. If I did, I did. I don't recall leaving something in the house.
You don't recall going back into the house?
No, I don't recall going back into the house.
If you went back into the house, the front lawn would have been directly in front of you from the driveway, correct?
The lawn would have been to my left, and I would have went up the walkway to
Right.
the house.
Okay, well, that's my next question. When you went up the walkway, the front lawn would have been to your left, right?
Yes, that's correct.
And then coming out, you would have had the same view that you'd had the first time, correct?
Yes, I would have come back out the same way down the steps to the left.
And without going through all the various items that I asked you about in terms of not seeing on the front lawn, the speaker, the cap, the tail light, et cetera, you didn't see any of that stuff at any point the second time, correct?
Correct. I did not see anything.
Okay, so now you're finally back in your vehicle and you are back.
Interesting, because initially it sounded like he was saying he didn't go up and get back into the house for anything because he's like, I didn't forget anything. But now he seems like he just agreed. Yeah, the second time I went to the house, I didn't see anything. Interesting. Very sneaky way for Yannetti to just kind of slide that in there. Margaret Kane, thanks for the super chat. I wish I had, but that face doesn't match. Scripted. Yeah, jury's watching it too.
Out of the driveway, correct?
Yes,
Is it fair to say that to get to your, well, strike that. Is it fair to say that to drop the women off, your plan was to head toward Chapman Street?
yes, that's what we did.
Which would mean that as you back out of the driveway, the rear end of your car would have been facing towards Cedar Crest.
Correct.
And then you would straighten out, and now you've got a straight shot up toward Chapman Street, correct?
Yes,
And it would also mean that you drove the length of the Alberts property, correct?
yes,
While you did that, sir, Julie Nagel never said, "What was that?" Did she?
I did not hear Julie say that.
She never said she had seen a black object, correct?
I did not hear her say that.
She never said that she saw a black blob, correct?
I did not hear her say that.
And she didn't say that the black blob that she supposedly saw was 5 or 6 feet in length, correct?
Again, I did not hear her say it.
And she never said that she might have seen a person, correct?
I did not hear her. You talk about in the car?
Correct.
Yeah, I did not hear her say it in the car.
And you were
Yeah, it sounds like all of the other witnesses have basically impeached Julie Nagel on that point. I think that there's enough here that personally for me, I feel like her testimony is unreliable on that point, and on also like she testified about the SUV not being there when the pickup truck was, and there's just some stuff that I think maybe she drank that night more than she wants to admit. And also the suggestion from her brother Ryan Nagel saying, yeah, she seemed like she had a few when we were talking to her.
right there driving, correct?
I was driving, obviously focused on the road. The windshield wipers, it was snowing pretty heavily.
You didn't have earplugs in.
I didn't, but they were all talking in the car.
You didn't have AirPods in.
No, I didn't.
Certainly not the noise cancellation AirPods, correct?
Correct. I did not have earpods in.
And you never stopped a car because you never heard Julie Nagel say anything about anybody being in trouble, correct?
I did not hear her say it.
Okay. You woke up the next morning, as you said, to screaming, correct?
Yes,
The screaming was so loud that you thought that the person screaming was actually in your bedroom, correct?
that is correct.
That was, and it startled you, fair to say?
Yes, it did.
And then ultimately, you learned that Karen Reed ended up in your driveway, correct?
Yes,
You could hear her screaming outside, correct?
I could hear her outside, correct.
She was hysterical
She was screaming, Jen. She just kept repeating Jen.
in a hysterical manner.
Yeah, Jen, Jen. Yes,
And she was screaming so loud that she was in danger of waking up the whole neighborhood, correct?
she was loud, correct.
And other than screaming Jen, Jen in that hysterical tone, you really couldn't make out her words a lot of the time, correct?
Not when she was outside my house, no.
Skipping ahead to when you went back to Fairview that morning, it's fair to say that when you went, did you say that you went inside Fairview at maybe around 7 a.m.? Is that a good estimate?
Yeah, I don't know the exact time, but it would say give or take, could be a little before, a little after, but somewhere in that vicinity.
And I believe you testified that the only people inside that you saw there were your wife, Brian Albert, and Nicole Albert. In addition to Officer.
At that moment, that's who I recall seeing there.
Okay, so there were, and you didn't know where Brian Jr. was, whether he was sleeping, but you didn't see him.
I don't recall seeing him at that moment, no.
Okay. And Officer Lank was the only police official that you saw inside, correct?
At that moment, correct.
Okay. Now, in the days after January 29th, you participated in a group text exchange with 3 other people. Do you recall that?
Could you name the 3 people?
Sure. You had a group text chat going with your wife, Jennifer McCabe, your brother-in-law, Brian Albert, and your sister-in-law, Nicole Albert, correct?
Oh, yes.
I'd like to ask you some
This is new.
questions about that group text chat, if I might.
Sure.
You would agree
I have not heard about a group text chat between the four of them. Interesting.
with
Go
me
on.
that on February 1st of 2022, that was 3 days after John O'Keefe passed away, correct?
Yes.
And at some point on February 1st of 2022, you were physically either at or near the Albert home at 34 Fairview in Canton, correct?
I could have been. I don't recall if I was there.
Ooh.
You recall
Is this about the taillight pieces? Are we going to hear something about taillight pieces? What
watching
do you guys think?
what investigators were doing in the neighborhood on February 1st?
I do not. If you could show it to me, I could maybe reflect my memory. I do not recall that specific day.
You don't recall monitoring what troopers were doing in the
I was not
neighborhood?
monitoring anything that the troopers were doing. If I had driven down the street, dropping someone off, picking somebody up, and saw the troopers, then I saw the troopers. I was not monitoring anything.
Directing your attention to 1:34 p.m. and 27 seconds. You texted your wife, Brian Albert, and Nicole Albert, quote, "Troopers back out front, but in front of Asian house." Did you not?
If I texted that, you could show it to me.
May I approach you, Mike?
Yes.
He's definitely got some micro
02150.
movements.
No, show it to him. Don't.
I'm sorry.
Attach it?
Oh, you show it to.
Show it to
Oh,
Mr.
I'm
Miller
sorry.
and don't reference what it is.
You think this is my first try?
This is also when I wonder what the demographics on the jury are. Because if there's anyone of Asian descent, how are they gonna take that kind of a comment? Yeah, because he did say Asian house. Some people might rub them the wrong ways. Other people might be like unbothered by it, but I don't know. I mean, generic statement about groups of people a lot of times makes people uncomfortable.
Thank you.
I'm showing you a document, sir, and if you look up or look at it by yourself and look up at me when you're done.
with you?
I don't use glasses, but I can't see this. So maybe I need glasses. I'm making it out. I got it.
I do have it.
Is it a light?
No, he says he doesn't.
No, it's
wear
not.
it.
It's just dark, but I got it.
Oh, I wonder if it was autocorrect. If it's set because Asian does look a little bit like Brian. Yeah, John Marshall. That's a good point. That could have been an autocorrect.
If you're struggling,
I'm reading mine, right? The middle one?
Yeah.
Yeah,
You take
yeah.
all your time, the time.
Yep,
you
I
need.
got it. Yep, I see it.
Okay. If I may just grab that
Yes.
back.
Thank you.
Having reviewed that document, is your memory refreshed?
I see that I texted what you said I texted. The
Okay.
troopers were outside of the house, yes.
Right, that's my question. This is a page that contains the group text that you had with Jen McCabe, Brian Albert, and Nicole Albert, correct?
Yes,
And in terms of the question that I asked you, you now acknowledge that you testified troopers back out front, but in front of Asian house, correct?
that's correct.
Mr. McCabe, what is an Asian house?
The next door neighbors to the Alberts were Asian.
Okay, so it's not autocorrect. We were trying to give him the benefit of doubt. Maybe it was autocorrect. Maybe he meant to say Brian's house, but no. Okay, all right. We're carry on.
So you
Oh,
mean
boy.
that a family of Asian origin lived next door?
Yes,
They were the next door neighbors to your brother-in-law and sister-in-law?
correct. They lived, if you come out of Fairview, they lived to the right of the Alberts.
And did you know their last name was the Chungs?
I had no idea that. I've never met them. I don't know their last names. I just knew it was an Asian family next door.
And you didn't feel the need to ask their names or try to call them by their names?
I've never
Objection.
met them, sorry.
Objections sustained. You know what, Ms. Giannetti, let's come to sidebar, please.
Okay. All right. Well, we're gonna fast forward here. Oh, okay. All right.
When you did tell the group chat about the troopers being at that house, nobody asked you to clarify which house you were talking about, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow that. Did anyone ask you to clarify?
Nobody asked me to clarify that I recall.
In fact, Brian Albert responded with just a question, right now. Do you recall that?
Yes, I think that was on the screen you just showed me.
And you responded yes, correct?
Did I get to see all the text or no?
And with the court's permission,
Yes.
I'm going to give you the previous page in case you need it.
Just give it to him.
I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Matt Bond, thanks for the super chat. Laughing while testifying at the murder trial for a police officer. I get people use laughter for coping, but that has to piss off jury and
Just give you
family.
one, and if you need the other, just let me know.
No problem.
People
Thank
are
you.
going to have reactions to it. Some might not
And
be
again,
bothered
just
by it.
look at it silently to yourself and look up at me when you're done.
You know, some people might look at that and say, well, that's nervous laughter, but others might have a different kind of reaction to it.
So am I to assume where you said Brian Albert said right now?
Yeah, would you like to see that?
So would that be the last one and then this is the next one?
What you,
I'm just making sure.
I understand, I appreciate that. You tell me,
Okay,
if with the court's permission.
Sure.
thank you.
Just because, thanks for the super chat. It's a nice parallel to John O'Keefe talking about how the old neighbors were doing a block party after Christopher Albert had all moved away. Yeah. All right.
Let me
Trouble.
collect the
Oh,
doc,
dang it.
That's what I was just looking for.
I may collect the document.
I didn't read the rest of it.
No, take your time, please.
All right. 5 seconds at a time.
You would agree with me that after you told the group in this group text that the troopers were back out front, in front of that house, Brian Albert's response was, right now?
Yes,
And then you said yes, correct?
yes,
And then Brian Albert replied, okay, correct?
Objection, Your Honor. As of the reading,
Is that how he replied?
that's what it just said, yes.
All right. Now, at that point, you texted the group that you were trying to get a picture of what you were seeing, correct?
I didn't see that on the text.
And you don't deny that you said that in the text,
Can you
correct?
show me the text, please?
Oh, sure. Oh, did you say you didn't see it in the
I didn't
text?
see that,
I'm
no.
sorry. I think that's probably because I didn't give it to you. May I push?
Yes.
All right. 5 seconds at a time.
That's the next page after this one. 2 pages,
Okay,
Okay.
and read it to yourself and look up at me when you're done.
Do you have a phone with a flashlight on you?
I don't have a phone on me. If you have a flashlight, I'll be able to see it.
Do you mind? Oh,
Just
Nancy.
dark.
Madam Court Reporter, Mr. Clerk. Oh, okay.
Okay. Fast forwarding.
We're trying to get a picture
Okay.
of what you were seeing.
Sorry.
Do you acknowledge that you texted the group that you were trying to get a picture of what you were seeing?
Yes, I said I was going to try to take a photo.
All right. You would agree with me that you were watching what was going on, correct, on February 1st?
No, I just happened to be driving through the neighborhood at that moment.
I don't believe that. If you're saying you're trying to take a photo of it to memorialize it, yeah, you're interested in watching. Come on, man.
So you happen to be driving through, and then you texted the group to tell them what you saw, correct?
Yes,
And then you didn't just keep driving up the road and leave the area, did you?
I think I did.
Well,
Unless you tell me I went back, I think I did. I said I was going to try to take a picture.
right, well, that's my point.
Yeah.
You weren't, just having seen the troopers back out there at that house, in your mind, you still weren't done, correct?
I was going to take a picture to show them, oh, the troopers are outside your house.
Right, so in answer to my question, you weren't done with that scene, correct?
I think I was, because I don't know if I took a picture.
Well,
I think I went through. I mentioned I was going to try to take a picture.
That's
I don't know if I took a picture or not.
you didn't intend to be done at that point, correct?
I didn't intend to be done.
Right, because you wanted to take a picture of what was going on.
I was going to take a picture to show them that troopers were outside in front of the house.
You wanted
Correct.
to continue to monitor what was going on, did you not?
I was not monitoring what was going on. I just happened to drive by at that moment.
May we be seen at sidebar?
Okay.
Holmes is up to some antics right now. And Draco, Amy, you could say this guy is suspicious. All right. You asked for it.
Don't be suspicious. 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 Don't be suspicious.
John Ralphio?
All right. Thanks, Draco, Amy. Oh, now we can fast forward a little bit through this sidebar. Oh, okay. So I guess the jury's going to be out. Is this going to be an extended argument or is this going to be a recess?
Is there any objection from counsel if Mr. McCabe brings his own phone back in? Should he need a flashlight again?
No objection.
So why don't you do that?
Sure.
Okay.
You're welcome.
You're all set. Thank you. All right. Thank you.
All rise for the court, please.
All right. So this looks like this is going to be a fan spinny time. Are we going to get to live? Oh, look at that. We're caught up. All right. So while that's catching up, we're going to get some questions here because we got a lot from folks. I'm going to do lightning round of questions as we go through. I'll try to catch them if you guys are asking more questions as we go along. So I'll kind of jump back and forth a bit, but all right, let's do it. Juancho, question, why is it hearsay if he's the one who said it? Oh yeah, there were a few questions about that. Janet G, why can't he testify to what he told her or said to her? Did I get that wrong? Draco Amy, question, why is it considered hearsay if you're the one who said it? Isn't hearsay meant to be proven by whoever actually said it? So the definition of hearsay, I mean, the way that you go about it does not matter that the person who said it is the one that's testifying to it in court. You have to go by the definition of it, which is that sorry, 1 second. I see a 1 out of 2. I'm looking for a 2 out of 2 and questions here in the chat. Anyway, but so the definition of hearsay is an out of court statement offered to prove the truth of the matter asserted. So is it an out of court statement? Yeah, he's testifying to what he said to his wife previously, or he said to so and so previously. So, and that was not in court, that was someplace else. So yes, it's an out of court statement. What is it being offered to prove the truth of the matter or what is being offered to prove? The truth of the matter asserted. Yeah, he said, I said this. This is what I said, and it's not being offered for like some other reason, like, the effect of the listener or other things like that. So sorry, give me 1 second here. I want to try to get these. So then you have to look at whether or not it falls under one of the number of exceptions. And there's no exception for someone who is testifying to what they themselves previously said. So there's kind of a way of like bootstrapping in the statement from before, as if it's like somehow proof. Just testify to what happened. That's why you're there, is to testify to what actually happened. So yeah, that's yeah, even though it was him, it's still hearsay. Jen Phil 4400 Legalbytes. Not sure if you answer this. What style do you think Lally will have on Cross? Is Cross supposed to have energy? Yes, it's supposed to have more passion, more energy, more passion. More. Have you guys? I'm hoping that you guys know what I'm referring to, right? There was that sound thing that went viral. Sound thing. There was a clip that went viral. But yeah, it should have passion. It should have energy. It should have, I prefer one that is sort of laser focused. That's one of the reasons why I love Alan Jackson's cross-examinations, generally speaking, is because he tends to be surgical. And so I love it. And also, sorry, let me get a question here that I'm trying to find. Okay, cool. Got it. Okay. So yeah, will he? I don't know. I have no idea. I have no expectations for what his cross-examinations are going to be like. Maybe he's better on cross than he is on direct. I mean, some attorneys are like that. They're better cross-examiners than direct examiners. Mike Olson, an expert, quote unquote, on court TV, said that the defense had lost all credibility with the jury with the Colin Albert questioning. What do you think about that? I don't know. Maybe they were in the courtroom and they could observe what the jury was, how they were reacting to it. Maybe they have more information than I do about the jury, but I can just tell you that my impression of it was very impressive. That's my opinion. I don't know. I disagree. Jerry Roth. Allie said he was there, but not at the same time as Colin when she had her breakdown. Yes, she did. She did say that Colin had been there that night, but not at the same time as John and not at the same time as other people. But Matthew McCabe being at the house, I think you're referring to the part of the testimony where he said that he was there the next day when there were first responders there. That was the part that I said didn't have corroboration, was the next morning, not the night of. On the ground, Legalbytes, is the jury not allowed to ask questions in this trial? I don't believe so. I have not seen anything that tells the jury that they are allowed to ask questions. I've only seen that in like a couple cases. What was the case down in Florida? There was like a not medical malpractice, but there was a civil case where the poor daughter was like imprisoned by the hospital. The folks in the chat probably know. Someone can remind me the name of that case. But then also in the Hannah Gutierrez Reed case, the Rust Armorer case, that one also had, of course, Maya. Thank you. Take care of Maya, that case. KJ Height question: is it normal to check a police or fire trucks in the area? I think maybe, are you referring to the courthouse, how there's a lot of fire trucks and police cars and things like that? That's relatively normal. Oftentimes courthouses will be really close to police stations for a number of reasons. I hope that's what you meant. Mike Olson, do you think Karen will take the stand? Would you advise her to do it or not if she was your client? I mean, whether or not I would advise her to do it depends on a lot of factors that I don't have information for. So I think that they are going to come back soon, but I'm going to finish these questions before we return to the testimony. So I don't have all of the background information to really be able to tell you if I would advise her or not. Generally speaking, the default is no, especially if there's no self-defense claim where that shifts the burden to the defendant to prove the affirmative defense of something like self-defense, defense of others, things like that. That's when it's more likely that they probably will have to testify. This is a basic defense argument, which is, there's reasonable doubt as to the prosecution's case. So there's no burden on the defense here. The only reason is if there's some sort of a gap in the explanation for for the case to prove that reasonable doubt. So I haven't seen anything yet that tells me yes, she absolutely should testify. But we still haven't even gotten into the defense case in chief, so I don't know exactly what they have. Patrick Barrett, question: Alita, have you ever been interviewed in a crime documentary, and do you think you may be contacted to speak in a documentary for this trial? That would be so cool. Thank you. I appreciate that. No, I have not been contacted for any criminal trial documentary. I think Johnny Depp, they wanted to have some interviews or something, and I just ignored them because I generally just did not trust anyone making documentaries about that trial, and that ended up being a good instinct with some stuff that came out for that. KJ Height question: is he going to remember anything? There were some things that he remembered. Catherine Lee question: where is the what if any counter? So on my Twitter, every day I post an update when that kind of becomes available, and I figure people are up for it. But so far we are at 9:42 going into today, so we're well beyond that for sure. But just how far, I'm not totally sure. Margaret Kane, Jodi Arias in Arizona, the jury could ask questions. Okay, yeah, I mean it does happen sometimes, but not always. I more often than not, jury generally doesn't ask questions, is my experience, but it does happen in a number of places. Abby, does Yannetti intentionally rephrase his question, or is it because he genuinely thinks the way he asked it was bad? I mean, sometimes it's well, okay, if the witness indicates somehow like I didn't quite understand what you were saying, what you meant, etc., that's something that is a cue for the attorney to rephrase their question. And if they just ask the same exact question when the answer was I didn't understand that question, they may get an objection sustained on them for that. So generally it's a good idea to rephrase it to change it. But I do think that there have been some times where he genuinely was like, yeah, that wasn't a great question. Emma Lisa 4 question: was that a dig at the prosecution? There may have been some digs at the prosecution. LK Ryden question: if he seems like he throws the bulldozer at that the defense is that an indication that he talked with the other witnesses? Wait, hang on a second. If he seems like he knows the bulldozer, is that an indication that he talked with the other witnesses? I'm not sure I understand what you are asking here. I'm so sorry. I wish I had answered this closer too, because maybe context from the testimony would have helped. Amanda, Legalbytes, can you explain what a grand jury is? A grand jury is basically it's an entirely separate jury of people beforehand at the very beginning of the case, before there's been criminal charges, and they basically decide whether or not there is enough here in order to charge the defendant. And the standard is way, way, way lower than it is at a criminal trial. There's a common phrase that you can indict a ham sandwich if you really want to, because it's so easy. And the reason is because there's no judge, there's no defense attorneys present. It's just the prosecution talking to the grand jury. And so generally speaking, in most places, it's like the idea that someone, is indicted by a grand jury is like, it really doesn't mean anything for their ultimate conviction or acquittal. El Borate, so the defense isn't at a grand jury and there is not a judge. Is that why they say you can indict a ham sandwich? Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Matt Genere, what if someone says, no, I don't want to see the transcript? Well, the question to be answered is, would it refresh your recollection, or would it help you refresh your recollection? So yes or no. But regardless of whether they want to see the transcript, that's a different thing. And that's irrelevant and not an answer that they, not an answer to any question on the record. And witness is supposed to answer the question that they've been asked. KG Height question: does this feel like circle answers? There have been some circle answers for sure. Jerry Roth, Legalbytes, can they nail a witness for perjury while on the stand? Well, that would be an impeachment. That's basically what an impeachment is. I mean, well, impeachment is a broader definition, but perjury is like very, very, very serious inconsistencies to the extent that like they know that they're lying So there's it means a lot more. But I mean, yeah, you can catch someone perjuring themselves on the stand for sure. Jessica Lynn, thanks so much for the super chat. If you track on what if any during defense case, please call it Yannetti's one if any's. Oh my gosh, I'm having a hard time saying that. That rhymes so well. Yannetti's what if any's. Yannetti's what if any's. That's a real tongue twister. I like that. Yannetti's what if any's. That's awesome. Thank you so much for that. Gretchen Shea, question: how can the judge tell the defense to limit questions but not move Calca along warp speed? Oh, I think you mean the prosecution. Well, anytime someone is like getting lost in the weeds, judge has the ability to tell them you gotta move along. You gotta move along. The judge is well within the judge's rights there. John Smith, I really don't understand why this witness is that important. He provided nothing for the prosecution. Can't you just say, did you see KR hit J? Okay, no, okay, bye. This is it's the tire tracks, in my opinion. That's the important thing, is that's some kind of an indication of when Karen Reed may have hit John O'Keefe. And so that's the importance there, is because they need something. They need something to explain when and where it happened, and how, really. Tiffany Wade, question: can she limit what he asks? If he's going too far down a line of questioning, yes, but she can't say, well, no, yes, she can. There's a number of circumstances that she can say, no, you can't go down this direction. For example, like things that they've determined are, more prejudicial than probative. For example, the harassment stuff was not supposed to come in until somebody opened the door, and there's dispute as to whether or not they actually opened the door there. Alrighty, moving on down the line. Mike Olson, Legalbytes, when will we see a trial with you in the driver's seat? Will you tell us beforehand? Well, while I'm living overseas, I'm not doing active litigation, so not anytime soon. But and I highly doubt that I'll be in any kind of a high profile trial anytime soon. But thank you. Heather Chavez, can you do a tally on sort of? I mean, yeah, if I have time to add more tallies to the lally tallies, then yeah, that's one that I would add to it for sure. Carrie B, question: do you think the jury clocked it's been 2 years of hell? And if so, do you think they're wondering why he didn't say a man died when Yannetti asked if it was funny? Yeah, I mean, maybe they probably paid attention to that, because there's been a few references to the family receiving harassment and that kind of thing, because Brian Albert Jr. first like very briefly referred to it. Of course, Allison McCabe talked about it, and then Colin Albert also had some responses talking about it. So I'm assuming that's what they think that he's referring to. But how does that strike them? I don't know. It may invoke sympathy, or may, in this case, could be an indication of like self-centeredness. I'm not sure. But jury's gonna have their own take on that. Ashley, a leader question: are all these observations from inside the house or also outside? I've missed some of that. I keep wondering if the line of sight everyone is mentioning actually matches the inside of the house layout. The other people that have testified to seeing the SUV from inside the house, so not the people in the pickup truck, the other people testified to seeing it from inside the house. So through the window, or Matthew McCabe said he couldn't remember if it was through a window or through the front door. Yazilla Click, what type of objection would that be to crash noises? Speculation, vagueness. Like what do you mean by crash noises? What does that mean? But that was unsuccessful. All right. A Wolf of Chaos question: why would you want multiple lawyers doing different crosses? Jackson has been incredible, so I would think to just let him run each one, because it's a lot of work. That's part of the benefit here, is in having a team, is you're dividing the workload, because it's a lot to do during a trial. Let's see. Moving on up. I'm trying to catch these also while we go through the list here. Okay. I think I've got those. And I apologize if there's any that I missed, because I'm trying to get these while I talk at the same time. Multitasking. Okay. All right. Okay, cool. I think I've got them all. Okay. Bora Bora question: was his vehicle parked in the driveway facing the house, or did they back up in the driveway to park? If they backed in, the occupants would have a longer view time of the lawn. So I think if you're talking about Matthew McCabe, he said that they parked in the driveway. Orlane Tremblay question: it feels like a reminder that humans are pattern seekers would help the defense. Anything out of ordinary, even in peripheral vision, would have been noticed. No, maybe, or just letting the jury put 2 and 2 together is also helpful. You know, you don't necessarily need to serve everything to them, especially if you see that they're paying attention. Link Space question: is it normal to not bring your phone into court with you? They could just leave it on silent. Yeah, it's more normal to not bring your phone, because you don't want a witness up there that's getting text messages from someone, and you don't know what else is going on with that phone. Resi G, part 1 of 2. I remember in Deputy Heard you mentioned some of Depp's lawyers were good at not asking too many questions that could cause a witness to clean up their testimony. It's the one question too many. Do you feel like sometimes Yannetti may ask one too many questions instead of letting the jury come to their own conclusions about any inconsistencies? I think that in this one, he got a little bit in the weeds a bit, but there also can be strategy to that as well. Like I mentioned earlier. Dan, I'm from the UK. Is it normal, the amount of people drinking and driving in this case? No, I don't think so. Especially all of them being cops. It's very surprising. Divine and Hale with Donna Clifford: what is the rule with spouses? Does he have to answer about his wife? About her, well, so conversations between the two of them are privileged unless they are waived, and that privilege has to be waived by the other spouse. But what the other spouse did, I mean, it's not a criminal case against them. Yeah, they can and should testify to it. DJ 637, 14 days in and very little present as evidence. Is this normal? I don't think so. I don't think that's normal. That's not a good sign for the prosecution, in my opinion. Okay, write down question rewritten: if a witness seems unusually prepared for the defense being as good as they are here, can that indicate that the witnesses have been talking to each other? It could, or it could indicate that they've maybe been watching testimony sometimes, or just that they have thought a lot about their testimony in advance. Maybe they have a lawyer that they've been talking to separately, like their own lawyer who's helped to prepare them. There's a number of things that could be implicated by that. Laura, question: why is a 3-point turn making V-shaped tracks objectionable? Do they need to get a car to make the tracks? It seems such a small thing to object to based on having driven. It is a small thing to object to. There's a lot of objections coming from the prosecution to things like that are just like, why are you objecting? You're just flagging that you don't like this evidence, and that makes me want to hear it even more. Not great, in my opinion. Mackenzie Robite: do we know a reputable source in the court to verify how the jurors are reacting or what direction they are leaning towards? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know anyone who's been consistently in the courtroom. So unfortunately, no. But, we can at least go by our own reactions, the reactions in the polls and things like that we like to do. JC the musician: why does the prosecution object to questions about whether they saw Karen hit John with her car? Isn't that what this trial is about? Again, it's objections coming from the prosecution that is just like, we don't like this evidence, which is not great to flag for the jury. El Borate: is me or was Fairview busier than the 405 this night? It definitely seems like it. And that is quite the statement as well. All right. And also, there are some questions here that I need to catch up here. Baz 80s: I'm sorry if you answered this and I missed it, but in your opinion, has the prosecution hurt themselves with so many witnesses who didn't really see anything, and when they do have good evidence, it contradicts other witnesses and the defense are impeaching them all? Would you be rearranging your witness list if you were them? Yeah, I mean, yeah, if you're calling all of these witnesses and they either are not testifying to really anything of substance, and then, when they do, there's inconsistencies across witnesses, the question comes naturally, like, do you need all these witnesses? Should you call all these witnesses? I don't think so. I think that there are too many witnesses, too many opportunities for these contradictions to happen. And contradictions can also just happen because people have lapses in memory and things like that. But it's like, that's something to consider when you are considering how many witnesses to put on and what exactly you expect them to testify to. Because if you stack the deck too much with too much fluff, you're also going to have a jury that's learned to tune you out. Mew Mew. Question: do you think the trial is going as the prosecutor initially thought it would be going? I mean, I don't know. I mean, if they anticipated that it would take this long before they can put any points on the board that really stick, then I really question their overall judgment with that. All right, folks. Okay, we are now behind again, just a little bit, probably a few minutes. Okay, more than a few minutes. Right, let's get going, shall we?
Right,
All right, Matthew McCabe is back in
yes.
on cross-examination. I mean, we're definitely more than like.
All right, Ms. Giannetti.
Thank you, Ron. Mr. McCabe, I'm going to approach this in a little bit of a different way to hopefully make it easier on you and me. And
I would go 1.25x, but David Giannetti does speak actually pretty quickly, so I don't want to miss what he says. But when we get to direct examination or redirect, even, I think things are going to slow down a little bit. I'll put it on 1.25x so that we can catch up a little bit.
the jury. I'd like to hand you, with the court's permission, the 4 pages that you've already reviewed, just to have you identify them. If I may, please.
Sure.
Thank you.
And I'd just like you to take a look at them and just confirm that's what you've already seen before we took the break.
Okay. Oops. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to do that. Just going to fast forward while he reviews. Oops. Sorry. Too far.
Having reviewed those, sir, does this appear to be an accurate transcription of the sequence and the content of the group text chat within that time frame?
Yes.
I would offer that, Your Honor.
All right. The only concern I have is I don't want to give the jury something they need a flashlight to read.
Well, my next.
So can I see it?
Of course.
Why don't I see?
Okay. So another sidebar. We're going to zoom through it. So the defense is having some issues with the ways in which they printed these text messages. Makes it harder to see. And I mean the laughing by the witness, I mean he definitely is indicating that he's got some animus towards the defense. I mean, and why not, right? Their interests are completely opposed to one another. But the problem is the witness doesn't know the history of this whole litigation. They don't necessarily know that these guys have probably been going to a lot of the hearings and you know, seeing the ways in which this theater has been playing out.
Okay,
Or the
Mr.
jury
Bates, if you
just
would
sees
display the first page,
what's been in front of them. I'm glad they redacted the numbers. Thank you. We've dealt with that before.
How is your distance vision? Are you able to read what's on the screen?
I don't know why it's on blue. This is. Can I have them in front of me
Can
while
I
you're
have that? Thank
displaying
you.
them?
Yes.
Please. Thank you very much.
And feel free to use the flashlight there.
Yes, thank you.
There we go.
Oh, yeah, that's much better.
Much better. Okay,
Yes.
now we can all see it. With regard to your initial text exchange that we talked about, can you confirm what you texted at 1:34 and 27 seconds in the afternoon of February 1st of 2022?
Yes. Do you want me?
Yeah.
Oh, troopers back out front. but in front of Agent House, looks like more has been dug up there for at least, there or at least looks like it.
Okay, and, Mr. Bates, if you go down the page, you see the responses. Okay, and who was it that responded to your notification that the troopers were back out front?
That would be Brian Albert.
Brian Albert Senior.
Yeah, yep,
And-
senior.
And his response was,
Right now.
and that was at 1:34 PM and 45 seconds?
Yes, it was.
And you took that to be a question, correct?
Yeah, asking right now, yes.
And we can move to the next one. Yes, 2151, please. Was that blocking you, sir? Yes, sir, please. All right. And you responded to Brian by saying what to his question about right now?
I responded, yes,
And that was at 1:34 PM and 56 seconds?
yes.
You would have still been on scene at that time?
I'm not sure if I was still on scene, but I was obviously, if it was in the area, it must have been in the area, correct?
And the next exchange, Mr. Bates? And who responded to you?
Brian Albert again,
And his response was?
okay.
You have a memory as to whether or not Brian Albert was on scene at that time or if he was somewhere else?
I don't have a memory of where Brian was at that time.
Given the fact that you're saying troopers are out front and he's asking right now.
I'd assume he's not, I'd assume he's somewhere else, yeah.
Hmm.
Okay, and your response to him, or your response to the group, I should say, was what?
I had to pick up a car, so I drove through.
Right, so this is a little further than we talked about.
Oh, I know, we're getting to the next one.
So take this one down, please.
Let me just have a moment here, I'm sorry. Yes, the second bubble, please, Mr. Bates, on 2152. Okay, now we're at 1:35 PM and 16 seconds, Mr. McCabe.
Yes, that's correct.
And your text to the group of you, your wife, Brian and Nicole Albert is what?
Trying to get pictures.
All right, and at this point, I've asked the next bubble be displayed, and then I'm going to skip to the bubble after that once you see it. The next bubble comes from Brian Albert.
Yes, Brian Albert.
And that's at 1:35 and 30
Ms. Gianetti,
seconds.
let him,
I'm sorry.
the screen speaks for itself. If
What-
it
what-
doesn't, then the witness can.
Of course. What time is that at?
1:35, 32.
All right, and his response, does that appear to be a typo?
PK, I'm assuming.
All right, the next bubble after that would be 2153, please, it's off.
Hey, Holmesy. He's got some thoughts.
That is from whom?
Brian Albert,
All right. And the time there, are you able to make that out?
does that say 1:35:34 or 1:38:34?
Whatever it says. If you can't see it, you can't see it. Next.
Sure. And his response was,
Okay,
does that appear to be correct in the PK?
I'd have to go back and,
Well, the previous one you tested.
Next question.
Sure. All right, we can take that off on me. I'd like to just go over two more areas of these group chats with you. You would agree with me that later that same day on February 4th, the four of you, your wife, Brian Albert, and Nicole Albert, discussed in that group chat the fact that Michael Proctor was talking to Kerry Roberts over the phone, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
At 3:01 and 48 seconds, you commented on the interview of Michael Proctor with Kerry Roberts, did you not?
Objection.
Sustained.
May we be seen?
He just whispered something under his breath. I did not catch it. All right, let's FF through the sidebar. Okay, made some good time there.
So I'd like you to not leave the witness in the dark if there's something that he can have.
So
I'll leave the witness
what I'm
in the
going
dark.
to do now, sir, is to hand you 3 more pages and ask if you can identify those.
thank you.
Come on, let's continue on here, shall
Okay,
we?
go.
Your possession.
Right.
The pages that I've
Recognize those,
Yeah.
sir. All right, so
I'm
go
just
ahead.
marching it up, yep.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Yannetti.
The pages that I've handed to you and that you now have in your possession, those are from the same group chat that you identified earlier, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And it appears to have the same sequence and content of the group chat as well?
Yes,
I would offer that, Your Honor.
Over the Commonwealth's objection, again, I'm not sending anything to the jury that they can't read. So let's mark this for identification. And the substance of those, each individual one will be question by question.
Understood. So, Mr. Bates, with regard to page 2160, I'm looking for the second bubble.
Do you have an extra copy for me to follow along? No?
Sure we do.
Or Jim, was it, Mr. Yannetti, was this in the, what was marked for, you're using that? All right.
I believe we have extra copies here.
Thank you.
All right. And if it's a question by question objection, just,
May that be displayed on?
may what be displayed?
Well, I just offered that as an exhibit, and I'm asking.
And I did not take it in. I said the content on a question by question, so
Oh,
it's each bubble.
All right. You saw that at 3:01 PM and 48 seconds on February 1st that you texted, quote, very weird that she's been barely interviewed. The whole dead comment was just told. I was supposed to have them talk last night and forgot to tell Proctor to call her. Do you recall that?
I recall it, correct.
All right. And those were your words, correct?
Yes, they are.
May that be displayed?
No, it's in. We may display it later, but I'd like to move this testimony along. So that's in evidence.
And then in that discussion, at 3:03 PM and 15 seconds, it was Brian Albert who texted, quote, hope they don't think she's making it up after the fact for some reason, end quote, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
Can you read the timestamp again?
It's
Yes,
the second
it's on
page.
page 02161.
Oh, I found it.
Yeah,
Yes.
it's in the middle. I got that timestamp correct?
3:03:15.
Correct. And I read that accurately. Hope they don't think she's making it up after the fact.
Yes, that's correct.
And then less than a minute later at 3:05 and 32 seconds, you replied, yes, she was hardly interviewed, and I think just answered what was asked. Oh, I'm sorry, strike that whole question. I skipped his next response, which was at 3:05 and 2 seconds, where he said, but if they barely interviewed her, that's on them, correct?
That's from Brian. Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Now, with regard to that exchange, you would agree with me that you were talking about Kerry Roberts being interviewed by Michael Proctor, correct?
I don't want to make an assumption. Do you have the text previous to this that shows that we're referencing Kerry?
I do, and I'll show you that only to refresh your memory.
Yeah, I don't want to assume something.
I understand. I'm going to show you one page and ask you to look at it silently to yourself. And I've opened the packet for the page.
Okay.
You can just look up at me when you're done.
Yeah. In a case that's all about allegations, well, not all about, but where the defense is alleging a conspiracy between a number of people, having text messages where they are all discussing
Again, my assumption it's Kerry.
interviews doesn't look good.
Can I go back another page?
Feel free.
Okay, that's what I was looking for.
Yes.
Did those previous pages refresh your memory about the context of your group chat conversation?
Yes, it did.
And certainly it was talking about Kerry Roberts being interviewed, correct?
Yes, it was.
And you were passing along information about that interview to Brian Albert, were you not?
Yes, I was letting him know that Kerry was being interviewed.
And you were telling him things that she was saying, correct? Remember you said the whole dead comment was just told?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
All right, in any case, we're going to move on to the very last discussion that I'd like to ask you about. Earlier that day, February 1st of 2022, at 12:50 p.m. and 37 seconds, Brian Albert texted the group, which would have again been his wife, Nicole, your wife, Jennifer, and you. And that text was?
Objection, Your Honor.
Okay, so I can't, which bubble on which page?
02148.
Right, on which page?
That's the page, 02148.
Okay, so I don't have it.
The bubble is the second of the three bubbles.
So I don't have it.
I don't have it.
I don't know what the objection's pertaining to. Jurors, I apologize that this is taking so long.
Hmm.
You know what, Mr. Yannetti, why don't you?
That's for the court, Your Honor. And for the.
So you're objecting to it, so I'm not going to let you say what it is. You can show it to the witness.
Yes, will do.
Which one is this?
Second bubble on 02148.
Yeah. Yeah, Jillian, I kind of agree. She's starting to let slip a bit more and more when she's got like frustrations with one side or the other, and it tends to be the one side, and it tends to be defense. And generally speaking, that makes me uncomfortable because the judge is supposed to appear neutral. Any type of complaints that she herself has can be, seen as her placing a thumb on the scale, and it could potentially place a thumb on the scale. So yeah, I don't really love it.
Then the third bubble on 02148. And then the first bubble on 02149. That's all I'll be asking about.
Thank you.
All right, so I won't allow, based on the objection from the Commonwealth, the second bubble on 02148. I will allow the author of the third bubble on page 02148.
No. The second bubble on 02148.
Is not allowed into evidence.
I need to be heard on that then.
No, all right, I'll hear you at sidebar.
Yeah, he's got to get it on the record, especially with these non-speaking objections being allowed. Well, non-basis objections, I should say. All right, fast forwarding to a sidebar here. Yeah, she's getting very, very impatient, and visibly so, which is not great.
Please.
Okay, sorry.
Yes, please.
Can I have the jury back, please?
Yeah, if she was going to refuse to allow him to be heard, that would not have been good. So maybe she's getting hangry. It's, getting close to lunchtime, perhaps. Okay, we're going to fast forward again.
Mr. Which ones you are planning on doing this with the next witness? I'd like you to let Mr. Lally know which ones of these you intend to use so that we can avoid all of this. And if you have a copy from me, that would be helpful for objections.
Well, at least we're catching up here.
All right, jury.
Okay, jury's coming back. Okay.
Janetti.
Thank you, Your
All
Honor.
right.
Mr. McCabe, when we broke, I was just about to ask you about the last exchange here. You will agree with me that on February 1st of 2022 at 12:51 and 49 seconds, you texted the group chat to say, ask Chris to ask some questions, correct?
Yep, I'm reading it right now. Yes, that's correct.
And who was the Chris you were referring to?
That would be Chris Albert.
Brian's brother, correct?
That is correct.
And then you then texted your wife, Brian Albert, and Nicole Albert, quote, tell them the guy never went in the house, correct?
Yeah, that's part of the same text. Yes.
Mr. McCabe, who was the guy that you were referring to? Does he have a name?
That would be John
Yikes.
O'Keefe.
Hang on. I want to make sure that I heard this correctly.
That would be John.
Let's go back.
The house. Quote, tell them the guy never went in the house.
What? What? These are people that are talking about what needs to be told to the police. That's not good for the prosecution. The guy. You mean John O'Keefe, the neighbor that you said that you knew well because your daughter was friends with his niece and yada, 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 all the good stuff. The guy. Have him tell them the guy never went into the house. Ruh-roh.
That's part of the same text. Yes.
Mr. McCabe, who was the guy that you were referring to? Does he have a name?
That would be John O'Keefe.
When you told the group to tell them the guy never went in the house, that was you talking about how you should all get your stories straight, correct?
No.
Then what is
you would
that?
agree with me that your stories are all straight in terms of the guy never went in the house, correct?
Objection.
Can you answer that?
John never went in the house. It's not a story, it's a fact.
Sorry, but this is just.
Don't be suspicious. 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 Don't be suspicious.
John Ralphio?
Yeah, I'm really happy that we had this clip. We've made some good use of it today.
Well, when you said, tell them the guy never went in the house, Brian Albert was on that exchange still, was he not? He was still part of the group text?
Yes, Brian is on the exchange.
And Brian Albert was the one to respond, wasn't he?
Let me switch pages here.
If it's the truth that he never went in the house and everyone agrees that that's the truth, why the need to tell these people that are your brother-in-law, your sister-in-law, and your wife, tell them that the guy never went into the house? I'm sorry. I just what? This is suspicious as hell. Margaret Kane, excuse me. I agree. Thanks so much for the super chat. Yikes. Holy cannolis.
51.
Holy
He
cannoli.
responded, did he not?
Yes, he did.
And then at that point, you knew Brian Albert was the oldest brother of the Albert family, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
The oldest sibling in that family, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And in his response to your instructions that his younger brother, Chris, should say that John O'Keefe never went in the house, or the guy never went in the house, you would agree with me that he responded with one word, correct?
Yes, he did.
And in response to you saying the guy never went in the house, Brian Albert's response was
What was his response?
exactly, correct?
Yes, that's his response.
All right, we're done here.
All right. Commonwealth, any redirect?
Just briefly, Your Honor.
Yeah, of course you want to redirect. You got some things to clean up, man. Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious.
Mr. McCabe, John O'Keefe never went in the house that night, is that correct?
That's correct.
Because that's what we said to
From this
say.
text communication, as far as Chris Albert was concerned, was Chris Albert ever at the house on that night?
No, he was not.
And this is something that you, obviously, this, death of John O'Keefe occurring, how it did, where it did, and why it did. That was something that you discussed.
Can you keep your voice up?
Yes. Thank you. Speak up,
This
man.
Tragic occurrence as far as what happened to John O'Keefe, his death, where, why, how. That was something that you discussed within your family, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And what?
I didn't hear that
Why
one.
was it a discussion in your family?
You're talking about the immediately after? No one knew what happened. John never came in the house, so we had no idea what happened to John.
I just like the fact that Lally walks up after like the very last question by the cross-examination was like, about these text messages where Matthew McCabe said, tell them that the guy never came into the house. And then Brian Albert responds, exactly. The whole implication about all of that is we're going to say John O'Keefe never came into the house. And that's our story. Like, that's what that sounds like with that kind of that's what those text messages sound like. And then Lally gets up and he's like, so John O'Keefe never came into the house, right? Like, it feels like he wasn't actually listening to the very end of that cross-examination. Like that doesn't exactly help to clean anything up.
And John was someone you were friends with, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, did you ever tell anybody what to say at any point in time to the state police, to any investigator whatsoever?
No.
That sounds
Did
like
anyone in your family or in your
say
presence
otherwise.
ever tell anyone that in front of you?
No.
Now, you asked some questions about when you were looking out and you saw the SUV, correct?
Yes.
And your focus, as you indicated in your testimony, was on the SUV, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, during the time that you were looking out, did you ever see a pickup truck outside?
I knew the pickup truck was out there, but again, I didn't look at the pickup. I kind of saw it, but was focusing on the SUV.
That's weird. That's weird. Like, I can understand, details being like, I don't remember too much about the pickup truck, but like, you can't say that you remember that there was a pickup truck out there at all. That, like, especially after this last cross-examination about this stuff, that just makes me feel very ick about him and what he's testifying. And now he's kind of squirming on like, well, I wasn't really focusing on a pickup truck, so like, I don't really know. Now like, he already testified to that before, and before I was like, no, okay. But now that I'm hearing that same question and answer again, I'm like, I don't know. It feels different. That response feels different to me. Baz 80s, thank you so much for the super chat. That smile went real quickly. It did.
And
I saw a vehicle out there. Let's say that.
my question is more so, as far as the tire marks that you were talking about in the road, was that before or after the pickup truck was in?
It was after.
Now, you were asked some questions about directionality and things of that nature as far as coming down Chapman or Cedar Crest, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And so if someone had driven by the house, missed the house, and then went on Cedar Crest, turned around, presumably then they would be taking a left or a right from Cedar Crest onto Fairview, is that right?
Yes, if they passed the house, they would have come to Cedar Crest and turned around and come back onto Fairview.
And you were asked some questions about whether or not you saw Mr. O'Keefe from your vantage point in the SUV, is that correct?
Yes, I was.
You didn't see him, correct?
I did not see him.
Could you see anyone inside from where you were?
I could not see anybody in the vehicle.
Did you see anything about the windows as far as their tint or anything like that?
I don't recall the tint. I couldn't see inside though.
See, that's weird too, because all of the people that were inside the pickup truck testified to there being a dome light on and being able to see Karen Reed as they passed by. So, as they passed by, meaning through the driver's side window, meaning, I mean, if there's going to be any sort of like tinting in those windows, it's going to be on the driver's side and in the passenger side. Why would it only be on the passenger side and not on the driver's side, which is the side from which the pickup truck people would have seen it? So like, if he's looking out there intently and trying to figure out like, what the hell are they doing? That's like what he testified on direct examination. Why didn't he see that the dome light was on and that there was at least one person in there? I mean, like that's the other thing that is, Margaret Kane, cross was messy, by God, we got there. I had a feeling that was going to happen. Alan Jackson had a cross examination that was similar, where it was like, really getting stuck in the weeds, really trying, and then eventually getting some holy crap testimony. Thanks so much for the super chat. All right.
As far as any statements that Ms. Nagel made on the way home, is it your testimony that Ms. Nagel didn't say those statements, or that you didn't hear those statements?
I did not hear those statements.
Now, turning to February 1st, do you recall what you were doing on that day when you drove by Fairview?
I don't recall what I was doing. I don't recall exactly what I did that day.
And were you going specifically by Fairview or where were you?
Based off of reading these text messages, I was doing something, picking up a car or something, it says. I don't recall where. And I
What, if anything, were you doing? Well, I was doing something.
cut down Fairview.
Now, as far as your statement in those text messages where you said, looks like more has been dug up, you recall that?
I don't recall it. I read it in the text message.
You recall what?
That's also an awkward phrasing. Dug up. That's weird. That's weird phrasing. Also, thanks so much for the super chat. Did the state just set up their own witness for perjury? You never told anyone what to say. And he said, no, my brother, you just read the text. I think that what the prosecution is trying to do is to sort of recharacterize what the text means, that he didn't really mean to, tell anyone how to testify. He was just, stating the importance of telling the truth, or something along those lines. But yeah, Dana Reed, thanks so much for the super chat. Very, very kind of you. Sorry if you meant to add something to that. I'll try to keep an eye out for a chat from you that you maybe want to be read.
That was in regard to? As far as what were they digging?
Oh, sorry. I do recall. They dug out the snow. It looked like the snow banks. It looked like there was more snow dug out around the scene.
And by the scene, you mean around where the flagpole fire hydrant that was?
Correct. Yes.
And do you recall any sort of change in the weather between the 29th and February 1st?
It was not snowing.
I believe the temperature rose. Snow was starting to melt, if I recall.
Now, when you and your wife were
Thanks, Dan Reed.
talking to Mr. O'Keefe and you were given directions, there was some reference to Bella's house, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And that was sort of used as a directionality as far as Mr. O'Keefe would be familiar with where Bella's house was?
Yes, that's correct.
What, if any, relationship in the past were you aware of between Mr. O'Keefe and Bella and Bella's mother?
At some point, Bella's parents were separated, since divorced. At some point, Mr. O'Keefe had a relationship with Bella's mother.
And after that conversation in which that was referenced as far as Bella's house, did you ever hear from John O'Keefe again?
Never heard from him again.
Nothing further.
Anything?
Just very briefly.
Okay.
You were just asked if you ever told anyone, if you told anyone what to tell the state police or investigators, and your answer was no, correct?
Yeah, I don't recall telling anyone to tell anybody anything.
So with regard to your statement, tell them the guy never went in the house, who's the them?
Do you mind if I go back and read?
Take your time.
I think I know. I just want to read it.
Yeah, who is them?
The them was Channel 4 went into D&E.
You done with your answer?
Yeah, you just asked me who them was.
And the answer is you were instructing people on the group chat to tell Channel 4 that the guy never went in the house, correct?
Yes, this was on February 1st. As I said, none of us in the house had any idea what happened to John O'Keefe. So we instructed I was saying,
Instructed.
we don't know what happened. He never came in the house.
All right.
Whoa.
That's
wait,
what was my statement was.
Hang on. He was like, so we instructed, and then pause. I don't want to say that. I'm not instructing other people how to testify or how to talk to the media. Oh no, dude. Oh my God.
Sir, I didn't ask you for any of that just now, did I?
You just asked me why I said
I
that.
asked you who the them was.
Objection,
Did I
Your
not?
Honor.
You didn't. You look like you asked me to elaborate.
Okay.
You looked
So
like you asked.
your answer to my question
Look
is
on your face had a
the
question.
them was you were saying that Channel 4 should be told that the guy never went in the house. Yes or no?
Channel 4 was who I was referencing. Yes.
No further.
All right, you are all set, Mr. McCabe. I will take those documents. Thank you very much. Yes. Okay.
Thank you.
Your next witness, please, Mr. Lally.
Yes, Your Honor. The call will call Jennifer McCabe to the stand.
Jennifer McCabe. Sorry, I'm excited.
Jimmy.
I feel like there's a lot with this. So, okay. Updating the pinned chat and updating the description.
Please watch your step. Except for the jury here. You solemnly swear the evidence given to the court and jury in the case now and here to the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you. You may take this.
All right, whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Thank you. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name?
Sure. Jennifer McCabe, McCabe.
And where do you live, ma'am?
Canton.
And how long have you lived in Canton?
Approximately 20, well, my whole life, I lived in Canton, except when I first got married, I lived in Stoughton for a year or two.
And
If there's no objection, I'm going to put this at 1.25x speed.
where you live?
Because yeah, we're like almost 10 minutes behind ish. So yeah, 1.25, just enough to speed it a little bit, but not crazy.
Currently in Canton, how long have you lived there?
I live at 12 Country Lane, and I've lived there about 10 years.
And prior to that, where did you live in Canton before Country Lane?
15 Sutcliffe Ave in Canton.
And how long did you live on Sutcliffe?
Approximately 10 years.
And with regard to both addresses, who, if anyone, do you live there with?
I live there with my husband, Matt, and my 4 daughters.
And how old are your 4 daughters?
15, 16, 18, and 20.
Now, if I could turn your attention to January 28th and to January 29th of 2022. Do you recall what days?
I do, yes.
And do you recall what days of the week they were?
Friday and a Saturday.
So starting with Friday, January 28th in the evening, do you recall what was going on that night or where you went? What were you doing?
Well, first, I set up at my house for a team dinner for my daughter's hockey team. Then I met up with some parents for my daughter played for the Canton High basketball team. So we met up with some parents before. We had a drink, appetizers. My younger 2 were with us. We fed them dinner. And then we went on to Canton High School to the basketball game.
Now, starting back, the oldest daughter with the hockey dinner at your house, that was your daughter, Allie.
What did you arrange for
Yes.
dinner?
Your oldest.
Yes,
Now, the daughter who had the basketball game, is that your second oldest?
yes,
And with regard to her, she was on varsity team, is that right?
yes,
For Canton High School?
yes.
And with respect to just basketball in general, when the kids were younger, what, if any, role did you have in regard to that?
I'll allow it, but then you'll move on quickly.
I was a basketball coach for the rec, well, the town program.
For how many years?
I believe with Emily, I started approximately when she was in 5th grade. And then I was also a coach for my daughter, Olivia, I think starting when she was in 6th grade. And with my youngest, I think I coached from 1st grade on up until 8th grade.
Now, as far as the high school game was concerned, is there sort of a typical start time for high school basketball game?
Yeah, move on. We know.
Yes.
Move on.
Thank you.
After
Thank you,
the
defense, for
basketball game.
objecting.
My husband and I dropped my youngest daughter home, and then we proceeded to meet my sister at the waterfall.
And which sister is that?
My sister, Nicole,
How many sisters do you have?
3.
And
I'm actually kind of surprised he didn't ask for like, where did you sit at the game? Where did your daughter sit at the game? Like he's asked other people.
do you recall about what time it was that you got to the waterfall?
Approximately 9 o'clock.
And when you say we, who do you mean?
My husband, Matt, and myself.
And do you recall which vehicle that you were in going around Canton that night?
I believe it was my car, yes.
And what kind of car was that?
Denali, Yukon, I think. Denali, yeah.
So bigger type vehicles?
Yes, big SUV.
Now, with respect to, you got a cell phone around that time, is that correct?
Yes.
Your cell phone, what, if any, connection did that have between cell phone and vehicle?
At that point, I don't think mine was connected. I'm not sure.
Now, when you arrived to the waterfall, did you go right in, or what, if anything, did you do?
I waited a few minutes because my husband was on a phone call.
And at some point, did you and your husband go in?
Yes.
And when you arrived in the waterfall, where within the waterfall did you go?
We walked in, and I believe we sat at the third table.
And at the time that you arrived, who, if anyone, was there that you were familiar with that day?
Chris and Julie Albert, Nicole Albert, Caitlin Albert, Tristan Morris.
And at some point shortly after that, or at some point after that, who, if anyone else, came and joined the group that you were with?
Nick Golikitis did, and then his wife did a little bit after. And then Brian Albert and Brian Higgins arrived. And then Karen and John arrived.
And prior to Karen and John arriving, who, if anyone from the group, had left?
I believe Tristan left, maybe to go sleep because he had to plow, I think.
But he didn't know what time.
Now, with reference to Karen and John, we're talking about John O'Keefe and Karen, correct?
Yes.
And how long had you known John?
Approximately 10 years.
And how was it that you first came to know John?
John's sister and her husband lived in the neighborhood, and my daughter became friends with John's niece when they were in kindergarten. And during that kindergarten year, John's sister and then brother-in-law passed away, and John moved in and took care of the kids.
And just for clarity purposes, this would have been when you were living at the home on Sutcliffe?
Yes.
And then after John moved in with his niece and nephew, what, if any, role or what, if any, relationship did you have with either John or his niece specifically?
So my daughter was very good friends with his niece. And so, she would be over all the time. And JJ would come over with Patrick and pick her up. And he would come in and talk to us and hang out.
And how would you describe your relationship with John O'Keefe?
He was my friend. I love John. He was an amazing guy.
Now, with reference to Karen Reed, just for clarity purposes, do you see Karen Reed in the courtroom today?
Yes, I do.
Did you identify just as to where she's seated or not?
She's seated between her attorneys.
John just has to record reflect identification.
Yes.
By the witness. Now, with respect to defendant Ms. Reed, when was it that you met her?
John had reached out to me saying that he was dating a new girl and that she had MS and I also have MS. So he said he would like for me to meet her.
And how long have you had MS?
I believe it will be 10 years this October.
And do you recall specifically when around that was, what year, what month, anything like that?
That I met Miss Reed?
Yes.
Yes, they came over in July of 2020.
And came over to your house, is that correct?
Yes, they came over to the house. They brought the kids, swam. I have a pool.
Now, over the course of, you're familiar, obviously, that Ms. Reed was dating Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Mhm.
Over the course of time.
Yes. Sorry.
Over the course of time from July of 2020, when you met her, to January of 2022, how often would you see Ms. Reed?
It would vary. There were times that we would bump into them, or depending on their sports, or, for my daughter's birthday party, when it was time to pick up, they'd come over and hang out, or Halloween. It just varied. We have 4 kids, so we're always kind of in all different directions. Sometimes it depends on what month it is and what team we're with.
And how would you describe your relationship with Ms. Reed?
I enjoyed Miss Reed. I really liked her. I thought we connected from the beginning. She was very easy to talk to. She had MS, I had MS, and there's not a lot of people our age that I personally know that have it. So it was nice to have someone who understood like what I was going through. So we had that in common.
Now, with respect, to either, starting with Mr. O'Keefe, was your friendship the type where you would have any sort of discussions about his relationship with Ms. Reed, or any girls that he dated at any point in time that you were friends with?
At different points, yes.
And what, if anything, specific do you recall him telling you about his relationship with Ms. Reed specifically? Objection.
I'm going to allow that. I'd like to see counsel at sidebar for just a minute, please.
Okay, it has to fall under an exception. So what's the purpose, or what's the purpose for it?
So, Ms. McCabe, with regard to Mr. O'Keefe and his relationship with Ms. Reed, is that something that you spend any real time talking about with Mr. O'Keefe?
No, occasionally, hey, how are things going? How's she feeling? How's she doing? Very general.
And same sort of question with regards to Ms. Reed. Is that conversation that you had as far as her relationship with Ms. Reed?
Yes, similar.
Now, on that evening, if I could turn you back to the waterfall. You arrive about 9. About what time was it that you left?
Approximately midnight, a little give or take.
And so during the 3 hours or so that you were there, how would you describe sort of the mood or demeanor of the group that you were with during the time you were there?
Fine, friendly, normal, typical night, just out having a drink, listening to music.
And you mentioned about 11 o'clock or so was that Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed came into the bar?
Correct.
And when they came to the bar, where did they go in relation to where you were?
They came right over and talked to the group that we were with.
And when Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant came over, what, if anything, did you observe the defendant do or have with her when she came?
Oh, she had brought a glass with her and kind of took it out of her coat and just kind of chuckled about it.
What, if anything, did you observe about the glass?
I believe it had ridges on it.
What, if anything, did you observe as far as what was in the glass?
It was clear.
Was there any other kind of like a straw or a lime or anything like that?
I don't remember.
As far as you knew, at some point did you become aware of where Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed had been prior to coming over to the waterfall?
Yes.
And where were
CF McCarthy's,
they? Where is that in location to the waterfall?
just right up the street.
Now, over the course of the evening, you were at a bar.
See, again, this is the problem with that I have with the prosecution emphasizing this point that Karen Reed snuck in this drink, because I've talked about this before. I think especially on like recaps, but like no one has testified so far. Maybe it'll come in this direct examination, but no one has testified so far about Karen Reed actually buying any drinks at the Waterfall Bar and Grill. There even was a bartender who has testified, and she testified that she couldn't recall seeing Karen Reed buying any drinks. And all we know is that she got a drink at McCarthy's bar. And then she snuck one into Waterfall. We know that she went straight from McCarthy's to the Waterfall. So, ergo, she had one drink at McCarthy's. And then when they left to go to Waterfall, she hadn't finished it. So she snuck it in and was drinking that. We have not seen any testimony suggesting that she had more than that, because no one has said, yes, she all of a sudden she had more in her drink, in her glass, right? I saw her get down to the bottom, and later she had the water level was magically higher. So this is all all this testimony about how much Karen Reed has been drinking. I've been looking to see, is there evidence of her drinking and driving? And I have yet to come across someone who is indicating that she had more than one glass. All of this about her sneaking in a glass, to me, actually helps the defense.
Fair to say you were drinking, is that right?
Yes.
Do you recall specifically what you were drinking?
I think beer.
And same question with regard to Mr. O'Keefe. Do you recall him drinking? And if so, what, if anything, was he drinking?
I can't be certain. Possibly a beer, but I can't be certain.
And with respect to Ms. Reed, same question as far as, do you recall her drinking? And if so, what, if anything, do you recall her?
Again, I remember just a clear glass with clear liquid in it.
Any different glass beyond the one that you've already testified about, or no?
I don't remember, sorry.
See what I mean?
Now, when you left the waterfall sometime around midnight, is that correct?
Yes.
And let me ask you this first. I'm sorry. So with respect to the time that you were at the waterfall, did you speak with Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes, briefly at the bar.
And do you recall just generally what it was that you talked about?
Yes, his niece had just gotten into Bishop Fian, so he was very excited.
And with respect to Ms. Reed, did you speak to her at the bar?
Yes.
And do you recall what, if anything, the two of you spoke about?
Yes.
And what was it?
Karen had shared a little bit of frustration that morning, or one morning she had taken Kaylee to Dunkin' Donuts, and John, was frustrated, didn't, saying, don't take her. She's going to, make a habit of it, meaning like she's going to come to expect it every day. And then we just talked about how, challenging it is with kids. And, she mentioned that that's kind of all they have a fight about. And I said, yeah, well, welcome to parenthood, and, she just was a little bit frustrated, felt like the family needed to be doing more, to help, and she just wished she had, more time, just her and John. But again, it was just, girlfriend to girlfriend kind of venting.
Now, as far as Mr. O'Keefe was concerned, what, if any, observations did you make as to how he was dressed?
Baseball hat, jeans. That's what I remember.
Do you recall any sort of winter coat or heavier coat or anything like that?
No.
Now, over the course of the evening at the waterfall, what, if any, discussion was there amongst the group as far as going somewhere next or what to do after the waterfall?
Karen had asked Chris if we could go up to D&E. She wanted to go up to D&E and have him cook some food.
And was that something that was brought up by the defendant once or more than once or something?
Many times.
And what was sort of the response from the group in regard to going to D&E and making food?
So Brian, Chris, and Matt do this annual weight loss challenge every year, and it was in the midst of that. So they were like, no, we can't go up there.
Which none of them apparently take seriously anyway, because they're all drinking and having potato skins and things like that.
Yeah, we're not going to eat. We'll do it another time.
Now, following that conversation, what, if any, other, let me ask you this, why did you go to the waterfall in the first place?
So I went to meet my sister, Nicole. She was heading there because she was going to go have a drink with her. Her son was going to have some friends and then meet out. So I was going to meet them for a drink for my nephew's birthday.
To be clear, that nephew was Brian Albert Jr., is that right?
Yes.
And did Brian Albert Jr. ever show up at the waterfall that evening?
He did not know.
Do you know why not?
Brian suffers from anxiety, and during that time period, he was really struggling.
So he decided to stay home?
He just decided to stay home, yes.
And so after the discussion about going over to D&E and then the communication of not going over, what, if any, other discussion was had as to where people were going or what was happening after leaving the waterfall?
Brian Albert Sr. Just made a general, hey, I'm going to go home, have a drink with Brian if anyone would like to come.
And was that something that was just to certain people, or was it expressed at the table, or how was that expressed?
It was expressed to everyone, like, hey, we're going to go back home, have a beer with Brian if anyone would like to come.
Now, after that was sort of put out to the table, what, if any, discussion did you have in regard to that with either Mr. O'Keefe, Ms. Reed, or both?
Both of them. I said, oh, you guys should come. Do you want to come?
And did they indicate that that was something that they wanted to do, or did they indicate that they were coming?
They both wanted to come, and they said they were coming, yes.
Now, when you left the waterfall, who, if anyone, left with you or left at the same time?
I believe I walked out with Karen. I know I walked out with Karen, and I believe Miss Kolakidis as well.
Prior to you leaving, your sister Nicole and her husband Brian, had they left prior to you leaving?
Yes.
And so you're walking out with the defendant and Ms. Kolakidis, is that right?
Yes.
And when you were walking out with them, what, if anything, was the sort of conversation or the discussion as you were walking out the door?
Well, Matt and John were still inside. So at one point I said, oh, Karen, why don't you just come with me? Figuring, because, Matt can talk to anyone, and God knows how long he was going to stay in there. So I was just like, hey, do you want to drive with me and they can meet us?
Your husband's a talker, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, as far as the car that you had parked there before, where was that parked in relation to the waterfall?
I believe I had to kind of walk straight out.
In the parking lot?
In the parking lot, yes.
And after you had exited from the waterfall, at some point did you observe Mr. O'Keefe come out as well?
Yes, he did.
And did you have a conversation with him in the parking lot while you were out there?
I believe briefly, Karen, him, and I all spoke, yes.
Do you recall briefly what you spoke about?
Them coming back to Fairview.
And after sort of the two of you parted ways, did you observe where Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant went?
I just saw them they walked left, I walked straight.
And if one were to walk left in the direction they were walking, where would that bring them to?
Washington Street, the main street.
So you went over then to your car in the parking lot?
Yes.
And while you were in your car in the parking lot, well, let me ask you this question. When you walked out of the waterfall, what, if anything, was different about the weather from when you had walked?
It had started to snow.
And as far as the snow was concerned, what was that initial point when you walk out of the waterfall? Was it accumulating or anything like that?
Yes, I would say, it was starting to cover the car, so you'd have to put your windshield wipers on to clear it.
So you didn't have to get the scraper out or anything like that, just click on the windshield?
Clip on the windshield wipers. I probably was lazy and just rolled the windows down to get it off the windows.
And so you're in the car for some period of time waiting for your husband, correct?
Yes.
And about how long is it that you're waiting for your husband before he comes out?
Actually, it wasn't long. I think I turned the car on and then I saw him walking and I pulled up.
And while you're waiting for your husband or shortly after he gets to the car, what if any communication did you receive at that point?
I received a text from John saying where to.
And with respect to that, did you respond in kind via text, or how did you respond, if at all, to Mr. O'Keefe?
I was driving, so I called him.
And when you called him, if you know, was that something that was done through Bluetooth with regard to the car, or?
Yes,
Sure.
it would have been because it was my phone and I was driving, so I would have had it over the car.
Your phone would have been paired up with your phone?
Yes, I plugged it in when I got it. I always plug my phone in when I get in if I'm driving.
And with your husband in the car, fair to say that he could hear both sides of the conversation as far as you and Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes,
And so that initial call that you placed to Mr. O'Keefe, is that done while you're driving?
yes.
And what, if anything, were you telling him as far as that initial call?
He had asked for he said where to. I gave him the address, and then I believe I just started giving him directions. And I actually think Matt spoke over me and was saying, go this way, and then I said, yeah, you just go down to Fairview, it's at the bottom.
And so as far as the directions, do you recall anything specifically about what you told Mr. O'Keefe as far as where the directions were?
Well, he actually called back a second time. And when he called back a second time, I instructed him that it was by a friend's house, his niece and my daughter's friend. And I said, oh, it's right, go past Bella's street. It's at the bottom of the hill.
And before we get to that, just as far as that initial phone call, essentially Fairview Road, you're familiar with?
Yes,
And it's where your sister lives with her family, correct?
yes.
And if I could just ask, with regard to your sister's husband, Brian, how long have you known him?
Since I was in kindergarten, very long time.
So they had dated for some period of time before they got married, and they've been married for some significant period of time.
Yeah, she had a crush on him for years. Then they dated, I think, for 10 years and before they got married. So yeah, they've been together most of my life.
So you're familiar with Fairview in the sense that there's on one end of it is Chapman and one end of it is Cedar Crest, correct?
Correct.
And just in that initial phone call that you had with Mr. O'Keefe and you and your husband are giving directions, do you recall if you were indicating to him to go to Cedar Crest or to go to Chapman in order to get on Fairview?
Go to Chapman.
And is that the way that you went as far as going from Washington Street downtown to Fairview?
Yes.
Now, how long a drive is that going from the waterfall to Fairview Road?
Approximately 5+ minutes, depending on if you hit lights.
Now, if you're indicating you're indicating to someone to come down Chapman, and you said it was, I'm sorry, your testimony is it's sort of towards the end in that direction?
The end of Fairview, the bottom of Fairview.
And that's to my point as far as the bottom. Any kind of incline or decline, or how does the road sort of situated as you come from the Chapman side down to where your sister lives, 34 Fairview?
It's a hill.
And the hill goes down, is that correct?
Yes.
Is that somewhat of a precipitous? How would you describe sort of the hill?
Well, the first hill is a bit steep, and then it flattens a little, and then there's another hill. But the second hill is long.
So there's actually two hills as you're going down, correct?
Yes.
Now, you mentioned
What's the percentage of the grade on the hill?
second call, Mr. O'Keefe then calls you.
Yes.
And about how much time elapsed between when you first talked to Mr. O'Keefe and the second?
Approximately 4 or 5 minutes tops.
During either call that you had with Mr. O'Keefe, could you hear anything? You had it on Bluetooth, correct?
Yes.
Could you tell whether or not he was connected to a Bluetooth? Could you hear anything in the background?
I couldn't know.
And as far as when you were speaking to Mr. O'Keefe, did he express an intent that he was going to the house at Fairview?
Yes, he was driving there and he was trying to find it.
And when he indicated that he was trying to find it, was he expressing that in singular or plural or something else?
No, more general. Like, where is it? Type.
Did he make any reference during the time that you were talking to him to anyone he was with?
No.
And now, as far as the second call, you indicated, what did you use exactly as sort of a geographic locator?
My daughter and his niece's very close friend lives on a side street off of Fairview. So I just said, go past Bella Street, and it's at the bottom.
And Bella is someone that's through his niece, John O'Keefe would have known, correct?
Correct.
Now, at this time, what, if any, relationship were you aware of between Bella's mother and John O'Keefe?
They had dated
I'm going to allow it.
They had dated briefly years before.
Who cares?
Now, was that sort of the substance of the conversation that you had with Mr. O'Keefe? In that second phone call?
Yes.
Now, after that second phone call, did you speak to Mr. O'Keefe on the phone at any point in time after that?
No.
Now, you arrived at the house on Fairview. Do you recall where you parked when you got there?
Yes, pulled into the driveway.
And the driveway at the house at Fairview essentially has two garage doors. Is that correct?
Yes.
Sort of widens out as you get to the top closer to the house.
Yes.
Do you recall where in relation to the driveway was parked when you got there?
I just remember pulling in. There was definitely a car in front of me. There possibly could have been a car to the left.
You exit the vehicle, go into the house, correct?
Correct.
When you get to the house, who, if anyone, do you observe?
When I walk in, Caitlin Albert, Brian Albert, Julie Nagel, and Sarah Levinson are all sitting at the kitchen table. My sister Nicole was in the kitchen wiping the counters because she's always cleaning. And Brian Albert and Brian Higgins were in the, I guess you'd call it the TV room area, just standing and talking.
And ma'am, I'm sorry, I'm just having a little trouble hearing you. So
Oh, okay.
that microphone, you can adjust that any way you want. So anywhere you want to put that.
Okay.
Choice first coming from Lally.
And so when you come into the house, where were, you mentioned the table, where were people situated?
In the kitchen.
Now, with respect to what was going on at the house throughout the course of the evening that you were there?
I sat at the table and I just spoke to Brian and Katie and the two girls most of the night.
And just so we're clear, when you're talking about Brian, that's Brian Albert Jr. or Little Brian?
Yeah, little Brian. Yeah, little Brian.
Now, as far as at any point in time when you were at the house, you familiar with a gentleman named, someone named Colin Albert?
I am, yes.
And how do you know him?
He is my friend's son and my sister's nephew.
Your friend Julie's son, correct?
Yeah, so my friend Julie's son.
And your oldest daughter, Allie, was Colin friends, or is Colin friends with your oldest daughter, Allie?
Yes, they're born a week or two apart, and we've kind of just, they've done everything together. They're very good friends.
Now, at any point in time that you were there on that early morning, did you see Colin Albert at all?
No.
And when you arrived at the house, obviously you're familiar with your daughter and the car that she drives around that time. Did you see your daughter there, Allie, at any point in time?
No.
Were you aware at any point in time in that early morning hour that you were there that your daughter had been there at any point in time prior?
Sustained.
Now, with reference to the home, at any point in time, did John O'Keefe ever come inside the house?
No.
During the time that you were there, let me ask more specifically, about how long a period of time was it that you were there, or about what time did you leave?
I believe I left approximately around 1:30, 1:45, approximately.
And do you know about what time it was that you arrived there?
I'd say approximately somewhere between 12:20, 12:30. Well, 12:20, I believe, 12:20-ish, because the last call from John, when I went back and looked, was 12:18.
Now, similar to what I asked about the waterfall, as far as the sort of mood, demeanor inside the house, what, if anything, do you recall with respect to that?
Good. Everybody was in a good mood. There was no, Brian and Brian were talking. My sister was cleaning. I was talking with the kids. Just a normal night.
Now, while you were in the kitchen dining room area for the time that you were there, did you see anybody or observe anybody from the group that you just described go anywhere else in the house as far as away from that area?
Julie Nagel went outside.
So beyond Julie Nagel going outside, did you see anybody else go upstairs, downstairs, to the basement area, or anywhere else in the house?
No.
Now, that when you were in the car and you were driving, you hooked your phone up to the charger, is that right?
Yes.
Do you recall charging your phone at any point in time when you were at your sister's house on Fairview that night?
I don't recall.
You mentioned Julie Nagel, Sarah Levinson. Were those people that you knew prior to that night of the 28th?
I was familiar with who Sarah Levinson was, maybe had run into her at different points. Julie Nagel was closer to Brian, so I would see her. I think she's dog sat for me when I've been away. Like, Brian will do it, but then if he's not available, Julie will do it. I don't know if she had dog sat for me before then or right after then, but I was definitely familiar with Julie, and she possibly could have dog sat for me prior to that.
And now, with reference, there was also someone there by the name of Brian Higgins, is that correct?
Correct.
And that is also someone who was there prior to you getting there, is that right?
Yes.
And what, if anything, did you know about Mr. Higgins, or did you know him prior to that?
I had met him a few times. He's Brian Albert's friend.
So other than being your brother-in-law's friend and meeting him a couple times, you didn't really know him that well, fair to say?
Good, yes.
Now, you mentioned at some points that Julie went outside, correct?
Yes.
Megan went outside?
Yes.
And do you know what she was going outside for?
Yes, her brother had come to pick her up. And so she was going to go tell him, try to get him to come in.
And what, if any, conversation did you have with Ms. Nagel or Ms. Levinson in regard to their going home prior to Ms. Nagel going out and talking to her brother?
I'll sustain it in that form.
What, if anything, had you said to Ms. Nagel prior to her going out prior to her going outside?
Sustain.
Now, if you know, about how long was Ms. Nagel outside?
I believe it was just a few minutes.
And at any point in time while Ms. Nagel was outside, what, if anything,
Excuse me?
so when Ms. Nagel went outside,
Mhm.
what were you?
I was sitting at the table, and then my nephew had said another car was out there.
And after your nephew said that, what, if anything, did you do?
I went to the front door.
And front door of the home, leads sort of, you walk in there's a foyer and a staircase in front of you.
Yes.
And as far as the front door was concerned, is there any sort of other door that's, is it just sort of a wooden front door, or is there another door in front of it?
The door was open, so it was just a storm door.
The storm door is made out of glass, is that correct?
Yes.
So when you went over to the storm door and looked out, what, if anything, did you see?
I saw a vehicle.
And can you describe the vehicle that you saw?
I saw a dark SUV.
And as far as Ms. Nagel, did you make any observations of where she was when you looked outside?
I kind of just looked at the vehicle, and then I saw lights kind of over to this side. But then once I saw the vehicle, I took out my phone and I texted John.
And this
Didn't
was
really
clear as
answer the
far as you
question.
say this side. So you're standing at the storm door,
Mhm.
see the vehicle, and where's the vehicle in relation to you and where you're standing at the front?
It was straight ahead.
Now, the headlights that you were saying is sort of off to the side. From
Mhm.
your perspective, looking out at the street, is that to the left, to the right, or something else?
Left.
And as far as this dark SUV that you saw, could you tell anything else about it as far as the make or model? Did you recognize it at all?
No.
Now, at this time on January 29th, 2022, were you familiar with any sort of vehicles that Mr. O'Keefe had?
Yes.
And what kind of vehicles?
Gosh, I don't know the brand. It's, it was a small SUV type.
Do you recall like what color it was?
His might have been grayish. I'm not 100% sure.
And any other vehicles that he may have had?
Yes, he had this old fashioned car that he loved, but Kaylee is so embarrassed of it. But yeah, he had that as well.
Now, as far as Ms. Reed was concerned, were you familiar with what kind of vehicle she had at that time?
Yes.
And what kind of vehicle were you generally aware of her driving?
She had a Lexus.
Was that a sedan or an SUV, or what kind of vehicle?
I think it was like a small SUV.
Now, the vehicle that you saw outside of the residence of Fairview when you looked out the storm door, was that consistent with what you knew Ms. Reed to be driving at that time?
Yes.
Now, as far as that vehicle was concerned, at any point in time over the course of the evening, did you see anyone exit that vehicle or come out of that vehicle at all?
No.
Certainly never saw anybody exit that vehicle and walk over and come inside the house.
Sustain.
As far as that vehicle, when you first saw it, could you tell whether or not it was running or anything like that?
It was running. Yes, I could. I could tell it was running. It had the taillights. I could see the red.
I'm going to actually keep your voice up, okay?
Okay, sorry.
Now, in addition to the taillights that you saw, did you see the headlights or anything like that?
Yes, the headlights were on.
And as far as the interior of the vehicle, were there any lights on inside the vehicle that you saw at any point in time?
No.
And as
Weird.
far as the windows of the vehicle, what, if anything, did you observe as far as their coloration? Was it tint or anything like that you saw?
Didn't observe. No.
Now, you see the vehicle sort of straight ahead of the front door, and then you pull out your phone to text Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Correct.
Do you recall what you texted to him at that point?
I think I said here, question mark.
You think you said here, is that correct?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes. Show Mr.
Colleen.
Jackson. Okay.
Thank you for supporting the channel. Welcome back to Bike Club. Very happy to have you here.
May I approach the witness, John?
Yes.
I'm showing you a 3-page document just asking you to look at it.
Okay.
Just generally speaking, that 3-page document, do you recognize the content of that?
I do.
Or what do you recognize it to be?
It's my text messaging with John.
So from sort of the early part of the 28th and around midnight through, I'm sorry, the 29th through the entirety of the 29th.
Yes.
May I approach you, Nero?
Yes.
Almost.
Is there any objection, Mr. Jackson? Okay.
All right. Fast forwarding. Oh, we're getting almost caught up. Are we caught up? Now we're caught up. All right, let's get some questions while we wait. Mew Mew, Legalbytes, is it possible for the witness to get penalty or something if they're being too hostile or uncooperative? Yeah. Witnesses can get kicked out of the courtroom. A number of things. JC, the Music Man, question: can evidence like raw data be reformative for ease of reading? Probably not. I mean, you'd have to have some serious limitations on that because you don't want to be manipulating the data either. Mackenzie Robio, with the judge appearing more irritable towards the defense today and in the past, could that sway the jurors' opinions? Potentially. Baz 80s question: surely this judge doesn't put a good face on the whole judicial system. Could she be sanctioned without the defense asking for it? Does that make sense? Well, so if the judge acts with a degree of impropriety that's high enough, the local bar association or the basically whoever is overseeing the judges in the state also could issue reprimands and things like that. Also, that's what happened after the Parkland shooters.
Actually, great timing. So we'll have you back here at 2:00. And Ms. McCabe, I'll just ask you to let the jurors walk out first. And then
Okay.
Court, all rise.
Goodbye.
So we've got lunch. 2:00 is when we're going to be coming back. So that's in just under an hour. So let me get I'll get these questions here. And I'm also going to keep this up to see if they have, to see if there's anything between the attorneys and the judge, if there's anything interesting that happens. But yeah, after the Parkland shooter sentencing, that the judge involved in that case got a lot of media attention.
Okay, so we're still in session?
Also got reprimanded a whole lot of because of a lot of the stuff that she did during that sentencing.
That's what I was hoping for. Thank you. Yes. All right. Thank you. And then, Mr. Lally, you'll be able to make those redactions that are necessary over the luncheon break?
Yes, Your Honor, I think what we can, and by we, I mean Ms. Gilman, because she's the one who can actually do these things. But no, I think we will be able to sort of take the whole numbers off of it and be able to print new copies without the numbers so that they can be
So
used.
the same version.
Exact same thing,
Therefore,
just with,
authentication, redacted for purposes of admission and publication.
yes.
All right. Great. I appreciate that. We'll see you at 2:00.
Thank you very much.
All right, so that's going to be the end of that. All right. Jerry Roth, can a judge be removed for leaning one way or the other during trial? I mean, it really, I mean, if it's really egregious, I suppose so. But I mean, if it's this kind of stuff that's still troubling, I mean, in the middle of trial, I don't know. I've never seen it happen. Heather's question: can the judge object? Well, the judge can intervene and basically like make decisions as if someone had objected. So that's essentially, I think, what you're asking. Yeah, but the judge doesn't object because when an objection is made, like to the judge, in other words, you're requesting that the judge make a decision. So, judge doesn't need to object because they would be objecting like to themselves. If that makes any sense. Closing the poll. Thank you so much, El Borate, for the reminder. Oh my gosh, how many people voted in this? 2,600 people voted. Going into day 14, how do you lean regarding Karen Reed's guilt or non-guilt for murder? 72% said not guilty. 24% said need more information. 3% said guilty. All right. Okay. Bora Bora. Who are these folks to the left of the court stenographer? Those will be court clerks and things like that. People who work in the courtroom, essentially do legal research and help the judge in a lot of different ways. Ito, I think it's pronounced Ito. Legalbytes. How much leeway does a judge have in prejudicial conduct like this before it's legally improper? I mean, the defense can make all kinds of arguments and stuff on an appeal potentially. But there's a lot of discretion that's also afforded to judges. It really would have to be pretty egregious. John Smith, Legalbytes, is it normal for our defense team to worth $100,000 brings documents so hard to read and not enough for everyone? I mean, yeah, it's that was not the smoothest look. And I would say that's not their best look during this trial. So, normal, not what I would expect, not what I would hope for. Mackenzie Robite, Legalbytes. If Karen is convicted, could the defense use the judge's conduct as a way to appeal? They could definitely make arguments for sure. Whether that would be winning arguments, it really depends on where they get at the end of the trial. Life on Makeup, Legalbytes. If Auntie Bev didn't make them renumber all the pre-numbered evidence, this trial would be trucking along at a faster pace. I suppose, yeah. There's been some issues with that. Just Aaron Things, question, Legalbytes. Do you think Lally is doing repeat questions to all witnesses to try and show their testimonies match, to try and prove the Commonwealth theory? I don't understand the repeat. I think, there is benefit in trying to set up corroboration between them, but it's like where you're corroborating things that don't matter, you're just wasting time. I mean, like we don't care. There's a lot of these things that are getting corroborated across witnesses that we don't care about. And then there are things that are not getting corroborated across witnesses that we kind of do care about. Brittany Chanel, Legalbytes, do you think Karen Reed is innocent, guilty, or need more information based on all the evidence and testimony that has been presented? I think that based on what's been presented so far, I think that there is a substantial amount of reasonable doubt in this case. I mean, I'm looking at the investigation. Whether or not she was framed, I really don't know. But on like the question of like, on whether or not the prosecution has at this point proved that Karen Reed murdered him beyond reasonable doubt, I don't think we're there. Granted, we are not at the end of the prosecution's case in chief, so I do hesitate to like really stand on a conclusion there. But that is what I'm seeing so far. Nicole B, Legalbytes. If Nicole and Brian Albert were in the group chat, why did Yannetti wait until Matt McCabe was testifying to introduce the text strategy? It's because if the other people read it, then the question would be, why did you say that, or what did that mean? That would be speculation, or potentially speculation. You don't get the best answer from someone else who was reading what someone else wrote. It's best to ask the person who wrote it to be like, okay, so you were instructing people to, what to tell the police or what to tell the media as to what happened. That sounds really shady. So I think that's why. Minus C3 question. I saw someone saying lawyer knows chat that they believe the prosecution is trying to tear down the defense. If you guys hear any rattling, by the way, I'm sorry. I'm a little bit distracting. There's something that the cats are playing with that they found. So I apologize if you hear like some jingling. That's Mavi being an agent of chaos. That may actually even be a part of an old Christmas ornament that somehow got hidden. These things happen. Sorry, once again, I saw someone in lawyer knows chat that they believe the prosecution is trying to tear down the defense's case before mounting their own. Do you agree with that interpretation / think it's a good strategy? I mean, it definitely seems like the prosecution is like trying to counter the defense's theory as opposed to putting on their own case. I don't think it's a good strategy at all. I really don't, because all of the focus kind of becomes, the other side's, narrative. You never want the jury to be adopting the other side's narrative. You want them to be adopting your narrative from the beginning. That's one of the reasons why the opening statements are just so important, is because you want them to establish your framework, or to use your framework to populate all of these facts and everything. So I think it's hugely problematic, and the prosecution is the one that has the burden of proof. They are the ones that have to prove their theory. So the defense does not need to prove their theory. They don't need to disprove the prosecution's theory. So what has to happen is the prosecution has to prove their case. So the fact that they're like neglecting their own case by focusing on the defense's case, that's really not great. KG Height question, are we going to get another bombshell, and why do we have to go through everything before the times of the event? I don't know. I have a feeling that there's going to be some more bombshells with Jennifer McCabe for sure. Jared, question, is the reason the Commonwealth asked so many banal questions at first to try and get the witnesses comfortable, ease any nerves? That probably is one of the reasons why they do what they do. I would imagine that's part of it, because there definitely is a lot that the witnesses undoubtedly are feeling in those moments. Nerves are one of them. So yeah, I think that probably is one of the reasons why they do what they do. Baz 80s, is it normal to get the text in through witnesses instead of an expert? Will they be allowed to get more of the text chain in if and when they have an expert? Yeah, I think it's best to get it through the people who actually sent the text, or like experienced it in some way, because they have personal knowledge about it. I mean, you can get it through someone who did a Celebrate extraction, but the meaning of the words they can't really testify to. So I do think it's best to get it in through the person that actually texted the thing. Jerry Roth, if the defense thinks the Commonwealth is coaching witnesses, how do they go about preventing that when it pertains to evidence? Well, they can't necessarily prevent that, but they can try to call it out. I think Alan Jackson did a bit of that yesterday with Colin Albert when he started his cross-examination. The whole, like, the have you been told by anyone to testify that you don't recall if you are feeling like you're kind of stuck in a place and you're uncomfortable on cross-examination? I think there was a bit of that in that whole line of questioning. Debbie Faison Cook, I almost forgot. I found a jumping spider yesterday. I need name suggestions. Albert, Brian, Colin, it's a boy. Folks in the chat, name suggestions for a jumping spider. Help a mod out. All right, Timothy, Frizaha, I think. I hope I pronounced that right. Question, but wasn't Karen Reed's blood alcohol level high the next day? I thought it was established that she was drunk the next day. So, couple things about that. Number one, jury hasn't seen it yet. I don't know what that is. Because I have heard something about her getting tested for her blood alcohol the next day. I don't know the details of it though. I know that the prosecution tried to like backtrack, like what her blood alcohol content would have been with math, but there's some issues with that because her blood alcohol content could have been high the next day at whatever time they took her blood alcohol content, they tested her for it, but it could have been because in like the hour or two right before that, when she went home, like Carrie Roberts drove her home, I think, right? Maybe in that time she went home, she decided that she was just like, she was so high anxiety after screaming her head off for hours and hours about like, him, is he dead? And Jen, all of these things that she's been running hot for how many hours. She decided to go home and have a couple drinks. We haven't heard anything like that, but like, what if that's the case? We don't know that at this point. So we haven't heard anything about this blood alcohol content. And we haven't heard anything about like, the hours before that could explain that one way or another. The only testimony that we have, the only evidence that we have at this time is that she, had one drink at McCarthy's. She snuck a drink from McCarthy's to Waterfall Bar and Grill, and that she drank that one drink at Waterfall. That's the only thing that is in front of the jury. So what else does the jury at this point in time have to rely on? Now, of course, more evidence can be introduced later that changes that. And we'll be looking for that. I'm constantly looking for something from the prosecution on this DUI charge. So we'll see. Daniel Roselle, Legalbytes, probability of this ending up on the cold case shelf if Karen is acquitted. I'm quite afraid there will never be justice for John. I mean, Yeah, I would not expect that. A lot of folks have asked about that. Like, do you expect that the police will continue to investigate? If it's Canton PD, I don't expect it. Janet G, question time frame. So it started to snow when they all left the bar to go to the house. Karen dropped John off at the house and then went back home. Hours later, body was found without snow on him. I've been pointing this out quite a bit throughout this trial that this is a big question, right? Because there were multiple police officers that testified that there was 6 inches of snow when they found John O'Keefe's body. And yet there was no snow on top of him. Now, how do you explain that? Could it be because of CPR? Or there's been no other explanation, but that's something that has to be, well, even CPR wasn't an explanation that was given. So that's something that has to be explained. Ito, sorry. How does Reed pay for this defense? It has to be incredibly expensive. Is she basically bankrupt after this? I have no idea what her financial situation is, what that looks like, but this defense team is undoubtedly, I'm guessing, but my guess here is that they are very expensive and worth absolutely every penny. But yeah, I mean, that's something about these kinds of cases. A lot of money ends up getting, burned by both sides. But I mean, in this case, she's the one that's paying out of pocket. BG0369, 72% not guilty, and the defense hasn't even presented their side. That's not good, because typically when we get to the end of the plaintiff's case in chief, prosecution's case in chief, whether it's, civil or criminal, we should be feeling that whoever just presented their case in chief overwhelmingly is favored. That's how you should be feeling by the end of the case in chief. Obviously, we're not there yet. So, we'll see when we get there. But yeah, it's not a good sign. It's not a good sign right now that there's so many people that are feeling not guilty looking at this case at this point in time. Brittany Chanel, do you think Karen Reed is guilty, innocent, or need more information based on the testimony / evidence based on the trial? It's still early, but what are you leaning more towards? I think I answered this earlier. There's a lot of reasonable doubt. There are still a lot of questions that the prosecution has to answer. ERB 1991 question, roughly how much longer are the prosecution expected to be presenting before we get to see the defense team's argument? Or is it a complete unknown and we're waiting for Lally to call all of Canton? I don't know. I don't know how much longer. I mean, someone does, undoubtedly. Hopefully Adam Lally knows. But sorry, hang on one second. Yeah, so I don't know. Yeah, I really don't know how much longer. I mean, other than we can gauge maybe from the witness list. They're about halfway through the witness list at this point. I don't know if they're going to call everyone from their list. They don't have to. Those are just people that they've reserved the right to call as witnesses. So I don't know, maybe another week. Charmaine Gatlin, Legalbytes KR did a TV interview and she said she had 4 to 5 drinks on the 28th. I'm sure that will come up when the question about whether she was drunk comes up. Sure, absolutely, because that's a statement that she's already made elsewhere. Mew, quick question. Wouldn't it be stealing of the glass if KR took the glass, she was drinking something? Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's theft from McCarthy's bar, but no one seems to really care about that. I mean, no one's making a big deal about that, I should say. Splits personality question. If there's blood on Karen's mouth from CPR, that makes me think it was fresh. Otherwise, wouldn't any blood on JO be too frozen to transfer? That's a fair point. That's interesting. I hadn't thought about that. But that is an interesting point. JC, the Music Man, Legalbytes, does the case move to defense once the prosecution says they rest? Yes. All right. One more here. NB question. Why is this trial so long and not a bit of evidence to price KR guilt? It feels like the defense is actually the prosecution. I've never seen a murder trial operate this way. I haven't either. I don't know. The Lucian, if Karen doesn't take the stand to testify, how would prosecution be able to present her interviews? They can still present it in their case in chief. Because those are statements that she's already made. That's admissions or statements by a party opponent. We saw that happen in the Hannah Gutierrez retrial, the Rust Armorer trial recently. She decided not to testify. The prosecution was able to bring in both of her police interviews, which were both terrible. All right, folks. That's about it for me for this one. Let's get to some lunch. I've got to go stretch my legs. I've got to take Indy outside. So yeah, thank you so much for joining us with this. This will redirect into the afternoon stream, so it should take you directly to it. Otherwise, I'm going to be putting some posts out for social media to remind everybody and give folks links to get on back. And oh my gosh, before I do it, let me do this. I always forget to do this. Make the stream public. 1 second here. Talk amongst yourselves. All right. There we go. Now it's public. Okay, folks. So that's about it. Thank you so much for joining me. Thank you so much for all the super chats. Were so kind and generous, and also buying memberships for yourselves and for others. Thanks for engaging in the chat and the replay if you're watching on replay. And also, of course, as always, to the mods, thank you so much for all of your efforts in catching all these streams and helping to make sure that the chat moves forward with healthy dialogue, agreeing and disagreeing. All right, folks, thank you so much, and I'll see you in the afternoon stream.